his dreams to be heard on the radio. Hear our songs blasting on that big boom stereo. I got a feeling that it's gonna be alright. Singing J songs on sunny days and summer nights. Looking at the button from way up in here. That I move any faster than we'll break a sonic atmosphere. All we had were problems and there was never fear. But now we with J, so we just don't care.
Socks just resubbed for 14 months. Carl's Grid.
Look up ahead, there's nothing but blue skies. And if I'm right, there's nothing but them sunny days, the summer nights.
Tell me why I didn't have my mic on. Like it was nowhere near my mouth, and I'm just sitting here streaming, and here I am, no mic. Girl, please. What are you doing? I'm so out of action. Hello. How are you? Oh my god, Lexi. Honestly, I don't expect a lot of people to turn up right now. I just felt like going live, and whatever happens, happens. But I am
Slade Shadow
doing my
just
normal stream
resubbed
tomorrow.
for 37 months.
I'm
wearing pants.
And Trace for 37. Yippee. How are you, doll? Hello. 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 It is I. I don't know. But it is I. Here, queer, not full of beer. Is it she? How are you? Hello. How was your weekend? Tell me everything. Striker!
Put your ass away, child!
Oh my goodness.
Striker
Oh, bless you,
_500
yes.
just subscribed.
Oh my god, Kmart.
You absolute bloody legend.
Kmart, by
Look
the way.
at you
I kept
go.
getting asked
Let's
questions
see.
about this one.
It is you.
Just Kmart in the old Oz. Kmart. Wow, amazing. No, it's cold today. If you're not in the sun. Liv, hello. Axel, hello. Trace, hello. Striker, Trace, Rox, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Wait, what happened, Eb? Give me gauze. Are you okay?
Titty Kaka.
Man, I don't know you. What the fuck?
Hakuna.
It's freezing, Cody, right? And Kat? Oh my god. By the way, I'm going to edit the call-in video for YouTube.
Your bees just resubbed for 26 months. Hey girl, love you queen, glad I stayed up and made it to this stream.
I wasn't going to stream at all. I was so irritable and I was just over it. Not stream, just over my brain. And it just got to a point where I was like, oh, fuck it. I just want to go live. Screw it all to hell. Just hit go live. Who cares? He threw his ID at a coworker after interaction with me. And I told him not to be rude, took offense to that and went up. Girl, what? Hello? Oh my god, Cass, I'm gonna make I'm gonna do it properly next time. I'm very excited. Dorbies, thank you. I appreciate that. What the hell? -5. What the hell? Trace, that's okay. All good. And then mishandled me, and when I called him out, give me their address. Give me their address. What the hell? Dorbies, thank you so much as well. I appreciate it. And Paige, hello. How are you? My managers have my back. I'm glad they bloody did. What the hell? Ugh. Ugh. Also, stream streaks. Amaze. Guys, tomorrow's our last KFC spawn. Aww. It's been really fun. I'm excited though. I'm excited. So I think we're going to start with Community Mecca tomorrow. So if by tomorrow, by the way, I mean US Monday night, Aussie Tuesday. Paige, I just flipped my desk around a couple weeks ago, I think. Where that shelf was where my desk was, so I just turned it around, basically. I don't know where this person is. Yeah, I'm about to do some things. I'm about to get in trouble. I have to go to bed because I might have work in the morning. No, that's okay, doll. I appreciate you popping in. Thank you, doll. Thank you. Paige, no, you're fine. I don't know what day it is. I thought it was Sunday today. It is Monday. I do like it. I do like it though. It's I don't know. I didn't like when I first moved it, I was like, oh, I hate it. What did I do? And then it grew on me. I don't know. Tammy, what? Oh, I swear you were there for that. My mini stream the other day only did like 2 hours. I swear you were there. Is Twitch being twitchy? Because I'm about to have words, Tammy, because you had a girthy stream. All good, Trace. Do what you need to do. How are you, Tammy? How was your weekend? I've been dead to the world. Power World. I haven't, Nebula, I haven't booted up Power World, should I? Ooh, Eb. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Send a thing. What is it? Is this a fun game you found? Who would go live? I mean, what? I mean, to be honest, it's a weird fucking time for me to go live. I'm so sorry.
Mike_00
I
just subscribed.
kind of felt like it because last time I went live around this time, we ended up having a fun little time. To be fair with you, I truly didn't think I was gonna go live at all, and then I kind of had this this vibe where I was like, oh, I just want to pop on. I don't know. Bye, hello, Mike. 11 months already. Oh my god, thank you so much.
Yeah. Get that pussy out, girl.
Work for that rent. I appreciate
I
you.
hope this helps boost the good ole ego.
Girl, I love how that is your alert, basically. I appreciate that. Thank you. Mike, how are you as well? Travi, hello. Kristen, hello. Vintage. I haven't seen that, Cass. Is it just like, is it vintage stuff or is it silly question? But what is it? Bye, Axel. Have fun. If I don't see you tonight, I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night. Eric, I hope you will too. Oh my god, Tammy. Thank you. I'm down. I'm excited to get back into a routine because I feel like the last, oh god, you poor thing. Honestly, I was even thinking before Striker when you had the 5-month resub. I'm like, there's so many of you have just joined the community within the last 6 months. And the last 6 months have just been very confusing for me. My life has been very confusing. And I'm just like, you poor things. That's all you know of me, is me just having something happen. But I swear to you that it's gonna all even out soon. I swear it's more lively and happy here, I swear. Hi Deja, how are you? I'm normal, I swear. But you know what? Like, I guess the positive in all of this that's been happening, which again, like, this is the smallest positive ever because it is just like crap. But I guess the small positive is I get to kind of slowly just get back into a routine and level out. Because I think the last 2 months, as you all know, and I'm not going to talk about this a lot, don't worry, but I feel like it's just been me like running around vets, medication, figuring out things, being confused, not having answers, like just living in a constant state of like confusion. So I feel like now, like moving forward, it's like, okay, well, that's not on my shoulders anymore. Like, obviously I have something else in my heart that's heavier, but I don't have the weight of feeling completely terrible on my shoulders because I just felt like I couldn't do anything and nothing was working. And if you have a pet, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So I guess the crumb of positivity is I can kind of focus on you more now, which is going to be lovely. Oh, beautiful night, morning. What time is it for you, Deja? That's what they all say. We still love you. Yeah, you know what? You guys are my goats. Hi, Abs. How are you? You did stand by me, honestly. My God. We stay on our toes in the arena. Hi, Ink, by the way. Yeah, exactly right. So, I am thinking about that. You know, thank you for your streaks as well, and thank you, Mike Eb. I appreciate it. So that's that. I'm really excited though. I have some ideas. I can't wait to like feel better this week and just cook up some ideas. I gotta commit to some stuff. I gotta like pop off, if you will, if I will. Keto, hello. How are you, doll? How was your holiday? Heather, hello. How are you? Hi, Jel, hello. We are resilient. So true. So true, doll. What's the hot goss? Any bloody gossip from the weekend, guys? I don't think I have gossip. Do I have gossip for you? I don't think so. Oh my god, John, hello. How are you? Sorry you can't sleep. Need another one. How much longer do you have? Oh wait, are they back this week or next week? Hi, Sparkly. Thank you. I'm excited though because those call-ins happened the other week. Well, not other week, last week. And as much as it was so random, I think we could make something fun out of that. I didn't know you could do that. So, hi, Jessie. How are you? I think I tore what? You know what? Totally. Hello. Thank you. I appreciate that. How are you? I did. It seems like more warm orange than usual. Not a complaint. I read that as not a compliment, and I was like, oh, yes, I did. So I rearranged my room, and I went from rainbow to like more of like a warm, cozy fireplace, pinky vibe, and I think it works. I think it's nicer on the eyes. I think, I don't know. I'll probably change it back, but I think I like it. Sally, how are you, doll? Hello. No, happy hour. What happened? Every moves things like crazy. Oh, rocks. Wait, we're happy about that? Wait, Spain did win. Yes. Oh my god. I played my first footy game in a month after my holiday we lost. Whoa. Casper, you know what? You got out there. You got out there and I didn't, therefore you win. You're doing it. You're doing the whole thing. Sally, thanks. I wasn't wearing eyeliner and then I went, I'm going to do a stream. I'm going to put eyeliner on so I look more put together because some reason, when I put eyeliner on, I feel like I'm ready for the world. I feel like I can step out. And I haven't been wearing any. So, thank you. That wing, honestly, wait. I don't know. I'm still practicing, but I appreciate it. Thanks. Such a mood, right? Because I've been kind of going bare this weekend for obvious reasons. And this morning I woke up and I was like, you know what? I just want to feel more put together. So I did my hair and everything because I was just kind of like, you know? Oh, no, I haven't, Swifty. Sorry, I'm so behind on everything. I'm so behind. I will check. I will bloody check. Hammer's finally about to take a hot sip. Yeah, rocks, yeah. Hi, Juliet. Nice. What does a 7 mean? Is that, because I'm not a peak pro, is that just like the hardest level you can do? What does that mean? Or like 7, is it like, that's just hardest, right? Hi, 3D. Oh my god, you can, babe. You can. Have a good sleep. I appreciate you. The hardest one on Pig. Damn, I can't even do the first level. Gamers, honestly, I don't know how they do it. I've just never clicked with Peak. I've wanted to. Anytime I watch my friends or I play with them, truly don't know how they do it. They're my goats though. My absolute goat. Another exciting update is I'm back to reading it on... Wait, what's AO3 again? I know this. I know this! What is that? Damn it. He does, Pup, he does. Even when I did my 24-hour stream, I was thinking about Banth and I was thinking about, who else? Was it Chris or Sammy? I don't know, I was just thinking about my pals because they're just built different. I know I'm Normie, aren't I? I know that though. When you tell me, Cass, I'm gonna go, yeah, I know that. Me either. I'm just there eating the popcorn. That's funny. I'm glad you enjoyed it though. Hell yeah. I've just been offline pretty much. Like I posted everything on Friday or Thursday, whatever, and then I haven't really been doing much online. I've just kind of been flopping, I guess. Doing a lot of cleaning. I feel like I'm in my cleaning era where I just can't stop. Like I was doing so much cleaning at like 10 p.m. last night. I think it's good for my brain at the moment. I don't know, it's been helping my brain a little bit. Oh, Cass. That's what that means? Oh my god. What the hell? I'm learning something. I am so normie. Thanks, John. I'm trying to be nicer to myself, but guys, I would love to hear from people in the chat. Has any of you experienced grief while on your period? Because if you have, I would like you to say something in chat if you want. Because what the fuck is that? Dragon's like, nah. But guys, holy shit. Oh my god. Ouch. My brain. I felt... Girl, keto. Yesterday was actually so bad. But like, I'm saying this because my brain is slowly getting clearer. I think I need one more day to feel normal. But oh my god. It's okay, Striker. Jorbies. Yeah, and I'm only saying this to try to laugh about it. Because the way that I was just not having a good time. Because the thing is, both of those things are awful on its own. Oh my god. Oh, girl. Oh my god, Paige. Like, I'm so sorry to hear your stories because I was thinking of you guys during it. Because I was like, obviously I'm not the only person in the world who experienced this combo. What the fuck is this? Oh my god. I honestly can't wait because I know you watch. It's always so night and day with me, but I find it hilarious. Is once I get clear of the PMDD period brain, the way that I bounce back and feel so good, I can't wait to feel even a crumb of that. Because yesterday I was just... weird. It was so bad. Yusuf, hello! How are you?
Thank you for the sub.
Thank you for
Put your ass away, child!
Not yet.
Pandian_Haliaetus just
How are
subscribed.
you? Aw.
98. 2
to
months
see
till
you.
100.
What the hell? What the hell? So I have the music to that. Thank you so much, Ben. That's so lovely. That makes me so happy. Thank you. How are you? Oh, Cass. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, Jorbies. Real. Real. Yusuf, you are my good vibe. How was your weekend? What did you do? Also, I'm trying so hard to both keep it real, but also I really want to giggle with you guys, so I am trying to just vibe out with you and have some hee ha-has. If you're interested, we are going to do some Community Mecca tomorrow, which by tomorrow I mean US Monday night, Aussie Tuesday day. I'm a historic sub, then a fossil comes in. It's actually crazy how many girthy subs we have though. Even like a year sub to me, I'm like... And then Ben comes in with 98. I'm like, how did you stay by me, babe? Debbie, hi doll. Look, I know that I can get through this, but I'm also trying to give myself grace to go, this is shit. You know what I mean? But also like try to remain as positive as I can. But also, it's shit. That's okay, you know? Oh my god. Wait, Yusuf, are you going for like the story or are you just playing to play? Because I love blueprints just to like play. Oh my keto, what? Are you joking? The way you... Oh my god, you subbed when I was 25. Bit of both. Ooh, hell yeah.
This is one of these for a minute.
Whiskey! Thank you, Paige. Hey, guys.
Okay.
Hey, twin. Wait, Queef Urban, did you have to remove an E from your name because you got flagged by Twitch? Or is this a different user and I am overthinking your username?
Put Put your ass away, child!
I swear it had double E in the queef.
Leaf 010101 just
hello.
subscribe.
Yes, okay, cool. At
Hey,
least I
twin.
wasn't going crazy. Because I swear I saw that. But I love Quef Urban. Quef Urban's the best. Whiskey, I love you and I miss you. Yo! Wait, boot up Overwatch. Whiskey, boot up Overwatch. Hi guys, how are you? Wasn't planning on going live. I literally just said, you know what? I'm just gonna go live and hang. Whatever, you know? And here I am. We're just yapping. How was your weekend? Do you want to tell me a fun fact? Do you want to be here and tell me a fun fact? I can't talk. Sorry, I just said fun fact twice. I will tell you one thing though. And I want to show you it too. Katie, no you. I want to show you something that I got. That I had got suggested by my beautiful modern friend Lizzie. They messaged me and they said, hey, letting you know you can get a weighted plushie. This might help during your time of, you know, grieving. And I was like, a weighted plushie? That sounds pretty fun, you know? Hell yeah. Because I am just so used to feeling Mia's lump next to my feet. Like, she always sleeps with me, right? So I did go weighted plushie hunting and I found the funniest weighted plushie. And I want to show you it because when you grab... Okay, this is going to sound really bad, but it's so long that when you grab it by its neck, it looks hilarious. So I'm going to show you this plushie. Hold. Guys, how funny is it? No, I'm kidding. I love it. This is my plushie. It's a kangaroo. But this is how it looks. And I find it so funny. Twitch clip that. But like, you can even it out. It's fine. But then like, I was just walking around Kmart like this. It's meant to be a kangaroo. It's meant to be a kangaroo. On the, I swear to you, on the tag, it was like, what's his name? Blubber the kangaroo? Because that's his pouch. But, how funny. I just kept doing this. Isn't that hilarious? I don't condone. Oh my god, Lizzie, I will say something. Listen. Me and who? Leah, thank you for the 12 months, by the way. A year is crazy. Thank you. Guys, I was literally walking around like this, and then I do this as well. Alright. I'm hitting the road. I'm hitting the dusty trail. Come on. Going for an adventure. Ladies, everyone. I'm running away. Anyway, I love it so much. And I will say, I am a pro at being... I'm a pro at sleeping with cats, or my cat specifically. And when I tell you, I haven't thrown away her heat pack yet. It's dying, and it's also not in a good shape because she was, you know, she was sick. So I have to throw it out. But I haven't thrown it out yet, and I will still, like, turn it on at night for her because it auto turns off for 3 hours, so it's safe. So I just turn it on, and I put my plushie on the heat mat. And listen, you gotta do what you gotta do. And when I tell you that this plushie wasn't kicked off, and like where my feet are, it's like Mimi would be right here, and I was so used to like being aware of her there that she would never be kicked off, right? So this plushie was perfect in the morning, but then my partner rolled over. So it survived the night, right? And then Reese rolled over and it went flying across the room. And I was like, hey, it's morning. No rules. You're awake now. You're awake now, you hear me? But like, it was so funny because I was so like delicate with it. And yeah, no, Mimi was never harmed. It's so funny. Like, Mimi was never hurt in bed. Like, we were always so aware of her, especially me, because she was always by my side mostly. But then when she was sick, she would stay at my feet. Yes, it was so funny because I was like, damn, I didn't even kick the plushie once. I'm just so used to it because the first night I slept without her, was really weird because, again, I've slept with this cat for 14 years. That's fucked if you think about it. Half my life I've slept with this cat. What are you talking about? By the way, I am not adopting a cat, don't worry, but I just like to look at cat listings because they're so cute, like for rescue. There was a cat that looked like Mia, and their name was Mimi, but it was M-E-M-E. And I was like, don't do it, 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 don't do it. You're not ready. You're not ready, babe. But I was like, yeah, it's a sign she's okay. I know. Yeah. What are we calling the plushie? Should we call the plushie something funny? I don't know if you should admit that out loud. Which parts do it? What did I say? Slept with my cat? Oh, are you making a joke because it sounds weird? I forget what I said. Hector. That's funny, Stuart, if that's what you're talking about. Darren! That's all. Okay, beautiful. Yeah, cool. So I was like, wait. Brew. Foot. Should I name it Boyan? I don't know, I just feel like I don't even know a Boyan, but maybe I just feel like he is like a Bulgarian steed when I look at him. You know? Spork. Grip. The plushie is giving Radish from the Ferals vibe. But anyway, so Spoon. So I did get the plushie because Lizzie said, hey, you probably want to get that. And I was like, wait, great idea. And Reese and I searched far and wide and there was so many options. And then I saw this weirdo. Although I did see a giraffe too, but it was dirty, so I didn't get the giraffe. Shea Bush and Bush for short. That's crazy. Should I call this plushie Mimi's original name, which was Courtney Act? When I adopted Mia, she was put up for adoption by drag queens, which I love that law. And her name was Courtney Act. Yes, I know. But I was 16 and I was like, that's Mia. What are you talking about? Which, to be fair, she wasn't a Courtney Act. She was a Mia. I know. She just watched that season. Yeah. Diva. Diva. How funny though. I love that. I love it so much. Anyway, what was I talking about before I showed you my plush? Slay the house down boots. Drag short for drag queen. Yes, sorry, drag queen. They were drag queen. Drag. Not Courtney. Cody. The Courtney. Well, Mia was named after the Courtney.
I can't stay, but I'm sending
Cody,
love.
Thank you, doll. I appreciate you. Thank you. I hope you're good too. I appreciate the beats. Clap beats. What were we talking about before I got distracted by my plushie? Oh yeah, the first night I slept without her. I didn't sleep very good because the bed felt empty. And then I went, I need a plushie. Oh no. I love you, CD. Oh my god, Twitter. It'll never be X in my head. On Twitch. Oh wait, CD. Oh babe. Oh, I hope you're okay. Yeah, Mia is the world famous drag queen. You heard it here first. You heard it here first. What else happened this weekend? Was there anything fun to tell you? I can't really think. I don't know. Oh, wait, we had so many Mimi pets in community, which is really cute. I love that. I love it so much. Cute. I'm sorry, Cedars. I hope you feel better. Jesus Christ. Guys, can you believe, by the way, that's what I wanted to tell you. Hello, Jeffy, babe. How are you, my love? How crazy is this? In September, I would have lived in this apartment for 2 years.
Lake Titicaca.
I just moved in here.
Hakuna.
Isn't that crazy?
Patatas.
Tafa, 2 years.
Tafabalas just resubbed for 24 months.
Titicaca.
Hello Carla. I hope you're doing well. So much love for you and it's so good to see you. I threw my back out
Oh,
a
you
couple
poor
days
thing.
ago, and it's been hurting pretty bad. I'm so
I'm
happy
sorry about
you
your
all
back,
are
doll.
keeping me company,
Do you have
Carl's.
anything for it? What are the next steps with that? Hopefully you have some cream or a heat pack. Hope you feel better. I know. I haven't, Abby, but you know what? You never know. I know. I feel like I just moved in here. Isn't that crazy? Chopper and Barbie's cute though. Someone threw my back out. No, I can't believe it. Used to move every year for 5 years in a row, and now I've been in the same apartment for 4 years. I know. I actually am so glad I was able to stay put here for 2 years, and I still might continue. But Reese and I were talking about because my lease ends in September. So we're like, well, we could just move in together and save some money, you know. But also, we might choose just to wait till next year. There's either way is fine. I know, where's Ping? Probably sleeping. Guys, it hasn't happened yet. We're just thinking about it. All right. Look at you guys. You're like, that's you in chat. But anyway, but I don't know. Well, we want to get like our own place next year, like a bigger place. But we're thinking about like if I moved in with him, it'd be a smaller place, and I wouldn't have like this, but it means we would save some money. Because I don't know, it's just kind of interesting when you think about it. When you think about the moving in step, it's fine. Like, I'm happy with what we're doing. He's happy, whatever. But we spend like 3 to 4 days a week together anyway. You know? May as well save some money. CD, tickle your pits. Aw, Fox. Yeah, it's an old pic of Mimi and I, but I was like, I wanted to be in the photo. I don't know. Let's start a cult. Yeah, no, Abby, exactly. Thanks, Taffa. Yeah, it's definitely like an idea. We were talking about it the other weekend. Honey, we were talking about that, but because where he works, it's just not that close to his work. And this isn't as like, either way, like someone's gonna, no, I wouldn't say miss out because I'm fine, but it'll be better if it was his apartment because of his location. Like, it's just closer to everything and I'm so far out. So it would probably be his place. Tickle them pits. Not that far, doll, not that far. We did talk about it though, honey. If he worked from home fully and everything we did wasn't so far away, yeah, for sure. True, Cass. No, I understand that. Like, even it's so normal to feel that way, I think. Hi, Burrito, I miss you. If it's, I don't think so, doll. It is, let me think, because I don't know the surrounding area. It would be more near, like, Ryde. So closer to the city. Still far from the city, but not as far as me. Because I'm real far out. But, hey. The good thing is, though, is I'm not getting like kicked out or anything, so we can literally just make an informed decision, you know? Yeah, so the plan would be, that's ultimately the plan, honey, but I think where he is, and if we split rent, it would be so cheap and smart for us to just stay in a smaller apartment for 6 months and just save a lot of money and then find like the proper place, you know? I think that's my goal. As much as it would be like, as much as it's not like perfectly ideal, if we decided to move in before Chrissy, for example, we'll just live in a smaller place. I mean, it's not the worst, but I wouldn't have an office. That's not a big deal. I'd rather save some money. But I would love my own office again. Probably start of next year. So I don't know. See. Still a bit of time. Yeah, exactly. Raw. Yeah, honestly, hi Joel. Burrito. Yeah, because we weren't even thinking about this. Because we're very happy with our setups. Like, even if we decided to not do this, it's fine. But we're just talking about how like, oh god, imagine if we just made it work for like even 6 months. You'd save so much money. Like, it's not, oh my god, ridiculous how cheap it would be. Like, have we met this guy? Not officially. You've seen his hand? He's on my Insta, I think. I noticed the hat in a post. Oh, yeah, CD. Wait, the fluffy hat? Honey, his area's not cheaper, but his apartment is, because it's an older apartment. Yeah, he's been around. He's been more around than anyone I've dated. I'm letting him come close to it. Honestly, he is hardly on Facebook anyway. He can really crack open a confetti cannon. Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. Wait. What does that mean? Sorry, my brain. To a degree, John, yeah. Probably not. I'm very lucky. I'm like 1 in a million with this apartment. But, it's right across from a train station as well. So I can literally go wherever very easily. And water is close too. So it's just definitely out of the middle of nowhere. Like, compared to where I am now, it's like be much more livable area. Well, that's the only thing, John. That's the only thing. The good news is most people will be at work and he only has one neighbor to his left, which is good. This neighbor is really quirky, actually. He's really funny. He's really awkward, but it's in a lovely way. He'll just come up and be like, hello. Have a good one. Like, he's so awkward, but he means well, so it's funny. No hate. But it's honestly like a comedy sketch. Every time I see him, it's like a comedy sketch. That's not even a good example. Really, that's a really bad example, but you know. Small ass lover, hello. Yeah, W awkward neighbor Mickey. But anyway, I'm very content though. What I love about this though is I'm very content either way. If we go, you know what? Let's just wait 6 more months and get a brand new apartment and modern, pay a bit more, whatever, stay here for the time being, fine. If we go, fuck it, let's just downsize for 6 months and save as much as we can. Screw it all to hell. Fuck it. You know what I mean? Time's going so quick that it's not going to make that much of a difference. No! Inspection. I don't want an inspection. Do you want to? Can I admit something to you guys? Oh, also, I have to get someone in for my main toilet. That's actually Reese's toilet. I don't use that one. I have 2 toilets, by the way. Because when he flushes, it leaks water and it's not anything else. It's just water. But like, I have to get that fixed. Like, girl, why is it leaking? Hello? Hello, dear. How are you? Nope. You blew it up. Hey, double move. Real. But, we'll see. I'll keep you updated. You sexy piece of shit, Jeffy. Jeffy, that is like the same. That is literally my life. I will say shit like that. I'll go, hello, you fucking chicken bit. You know what I did once? I just say shit. And I really mean well. I said this to Reese's dad. Because you know, have you seen those TikToks where they say like crazy shit in front of the family to see if the family would react? It was like, oh, can I eat this today? Can I, like, they just test, see what the family says. His dad was like, oh, has he taken you for a ride on his bike? And without question, I said, Reese said I'm like too ugly to ride on his bike with him. Didn't even pause. Just straight up pranked. Twitch! No, I love that. I am competing with my twin sister. Twin sister, say hello. Hey. Hey. Anyway, and his dad goes, what? And Reese goes, what? I didn't say that. What the hell? I didn't say that. I'm kidding. Sorry. I just say shit. I say shit and I don't know, man. I don't have yeah. I love that, Jeffy, personally. I love that. Hi, Shadow. Hi, Cash. Anyway. That's it. It just came out. Christopher Melberger. How are you? How has your birthday week been? Give me the hot goss. Give me everything and more. Give me more. Britney Spears style, doll. No, Cass, I didn't. Oh, I did say something else though. What was it? I forget. Sometimes when something doesn't land, it just feels the worst. I'll text her. Oh, okay. I did the things and I'm back and higher than ever. Yup. That's my go. Yeah, I just be saying shit, which is why I think for as long as this is possible, I think streaming works really well for me. I need a place where I can just say what I want. You know what I mean? Funnel runners? Wait, are we slopping this week or are you still busy this week? I think you're still cooked, right? Carla promised not to play unless we all play. Chris, back at you, babe. I was gonna say the same thing. I promise. I promise. I can play Tuesday late. Oh, that works. Maybe we can swap it up. We'll see if wait, is Sammy, will Sammy be home by then? Slopping this week is wild, I know. Tammy, what? Wait, what is that? Let me see. Is that what you sent me? Cheeky. Hold. Amen, sister. Henry, what are you doing up? Oh, thank you, doll. Wait, funnel runners. Funnel Runners. Uh-oh. Dear Passenger? Dear Passenger? What song is it? Oh, good song. Oh my god, TCM? Could we get a lobby, you think? I would play one round of TCM. What is it? Let me have a see. Let me have a see. Let me look. Trapped in a doomed city. You and up to 7 friends must escape parts, fix your van, escape the brutal tornado that approaches. Ooh. Oh boy. There's another game that I want to play bad. Did I wishlist it? Let's see. No body, no problem. I'm so excited. Oh yeah, it is thingy. I'm so excited for this. Oh my god. Guys, one of you is the cop, the rest are panic suspects. Hide the body, clean up the evidence, don't rat each other out, and get rid of everything before your cop friend knocks on the door. There's only one rule. If the body is found, you're all done for. So you have to like... I don't even know how this works, but I'm... Oh wait. Guys, so sorry. I hate it. I've been doing this all week. I've been forgetting that I do full cam now, and I don't show you anything, and I'm looking at things going, oh, this looks cool. Sorry. Hi, Hoopsie. How are you? Hi, Juniper. It was sick, really. You never take me to Bangladesh. We watch from the shine of your eye. Yeah, I'll get used to it. I'll get used to it. But I'm very excited. And then guess what, guys? What, Carla? So my favorite dev ever that did Bite Night and all that jazz, he has a new game coming out this week. Only Good Babysitters Go to Heaven. And then he has another one that I will be playing as well. I might do a double special. It's the Christmas Cackler. But this one's a bit of a different one. It's like 30 seconds long. Not 30 seconds, 30 minutes long. So I might do that instead. I might do like a double game day of him because he's one of my favorite indie devs ever. I'm talking indie. He is, I just love it so much. Little 30 seconds slapper. You did, Ghost? Blah, blah, blah. Hi, Nat. How are you, doll? I played Date Everything, yes. I didn't finish it, though. Amy, thank you for your watch streak. My goats, guys. And I will do more call-in soon. 8 a.m., good morning. Who was your fave? In, oh, Betty. Yeah, I love Betty. Betty was cool. But tomorrow, before my sponsor, because we will be doing Mecca, Community Mecca, because there's been updates. But I might try and do another like simulator beforehand, or we should do Final Sentence as a community or something. I don't know. But maybe not Final Sentence. It's a bit too crazy for before the sponsor, but... Darren, hello! This glow-in-the-dark paint, I know. I know. Glow-in-the-dark paint! Wait, I want to see. Hold. So wait. Glow-in-the-dark paint. Death Burger. Oh, this is good. Look at this. Inappropriate words or words prohibited from being shown on stream in certain regions are now blocked. Perfect. And then also new map, Death Burger. We have glow-in-the-dark paint. Huge. Huge. So download everything. Update it, sorry. We'll do Community Mecca tomorrow. Weed Supermarket Sim. I think this was like $2 or something. I got all of these from selling a CSGO skin. Ask me anything. Because for some reason, guys, look at this. Where's my inventory? I have CSGO skins. I have no idea why. And I sold one gun skin for like 60 AUD. And it went straight into my Steam, and the last day of the Steam sales, I got so many weird things. You can sell them, Jeffy. Yes. On the market. Someone has to like accept the deal, but you can sell them. I've sold so much before. Even look, my Rust skins. Look. Let's see. My Rust skins. What's gone up?
Hakuna Matata's.
Alright, these are $9. They used to be more expensive.
Chimes 4 days
9,
just resubbed
5,
for 39 months. Hey pookies.
One.
Hakuna.
Anything else? So far, my bigger thing is $9, $5, $14 for this hat, $14 for the sheriff pants. Wow. $20, $2, $2. Wow. $10. Crazy. But not be stealing Ruskins? I'm not. Starting at $8.80. That's 2 slaps on the poke. Yeah, exactly right. Chimes, thank you, doll. How are you? Happy bloody 39 double. T3 is redonk as well. Thank you. Oh, I bloody appreciate it. Thank you. Look at my crab game things. Well, these are really cheap to buy. I used to love buying the 3-cent skins. Golf with friends? You can sell stuff with Golf with Friends? Not everything is worth money. But... Oh, wait. Counter-Strike. Oh my god. Ellie! Hello! Ella. So you're sick, Chimes? You have the flu? Hello,
Put your
everyone.
ass away, child.
How was Geo?
Elliot Walker just subscribed. We love
Every
you.
time I hear one of those like fart songs, Ellie, I think of you. And that is actually really romantic for me to say. So, also I got a weighted plushie. So, yep. Love that. Thank you. Wait, Water Sim can now be multiplayer? It's officially multiplayer? Is it actually when? So, yep. How was your stream? Also, wait, Ellie, how about this, right? So sorry. Congratulations. I, for some reason, in my mind, which I know makes no sense, because I think it's relatively new-ish, I guess, the last 6 months. I don't know. I could be wrong. But, like, I thought you were partnered already. And just whatever. I already thought you were partnered. You just give partner energy. And when you made the announcement, I was like, whoa! That's so cool! But anyway, congrats! Georgia, I saw the Instagram story. So good. Tammy, you're next. You're next. Can't wait to see a partner badge next to Morgil's username. Chilla 31. Sammy and I gotta play. That'll be so funny. Girl, Tammy. Can't wait to prove you wrong. No, Taffa, for real. How's your day? What's your plan? I didn't have a plan. I'll be honest with you, Ellie. I was talking to people today. Well, by today, I mean 20 minutes ago. And I was saying, guys, have you ever experienced, let's just say, grief? Or a breakup during your period? Because, girl, I swear to you, girl, that combo has been crazy. And it's like my brain wanted me just to pack a bag, head to Puerto Rico, and hide. You know what I mean? But you know what? You know what? We're gonna get through it. We're resilient. But holy shit. What the hell? Tammy, yes, you are a nurse, but you're also the best gamer in the world. So, two can be true at once. Not during Shark Week, but while already in treatment for mental health stuff when my dad was on his way. Oh, yeah, real, right? Oh my god. And I'm saying this to try and be funny. I'm not trying to bring the mood down. But I was thinking of you guys when I was at my worst part of it. And I was thinking, can't wait to tell them about this. Can't wait to tell them about this. Because what do you mean? What do you mean, man? Yeah, perfect. Great. Really needed that. All good. By the way, I know you might judge me for this. Nah, you won't. I'll do it tonight. But I still haven't removed the final dookie. So the only thing I have to clear out is the litter box. It's just one dookie. It's one dookie in the middle. I will clear it out. Don't worry. Literally everything else is cleared but the dookie. Put it in resin. Dookie. But I will. I will. May that dookie live on. Her scratcher, though, is in someone's apartment in this building. They took it for their cat, which is cute. No, Striker, ask about the dookie. Also, Ellie, thank you so much again for the resub and the raid. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Add, yeah, no, Cass, I will be honest with you guys. Oh my god, Megan, cute. Very cute. I'll be honest. Some may say this is kind of extreme. It is what it is. Everyone's journey is different. The literal same day, so we said bye-bye around 11:30 a.m. Thursday morning. By 5 p.m. Thursday morning, I was just kind of like, Thursday night, sorry. I was like, Reese, don't judge me. But I'm just gonna put her stuff down in the basement. I'm gonna let the tenants know in the apartment to please take whatever you want. There's some good stuff in there. I just need to clear the house a little bit because every corner of this apartment reminds me of her. And that's a beautiful thing. However, I just need to just help myself a little bit. Just a little bit. Like, I still have her heating pad on my bed. You know? I still have, like, I'm literally going to be keeping her heating pad on. I put my weighted plushie on the heating pad to kind of make my brain think she's at my feet when I sleep, because I've been struggling to sleep without her. Because I've slept with her for 14 years. So I'm like keeping some stuff, but also like yesterday, for example, yesterday was Sunday. I finally packed up her electronic feeder, her biscuit feeder, because I forgot about it. And I came back from Reese's and there was biscuits everywhere because it's been dispensing the biscuits, and I had moved the plate for some reason and there was biscuits everywhere. I laugh because I'm like, girl, please, like, what are you doing? So I finally moved the biscuit thing. So I was like, okay, I can move that. But the dookie is still in the litter box, which I will be doing next. That's so nice, Fury. It was, I think the hardest part, apart from the obvious, was we had to walk her in that cute little bed to the vet's car, because then they pass her along to the cremating process. So, like, it was the weirdest thing leaving her in that car. She was lovely, though. Like, the lady was perfect. But, like, it was so weird leaving her and being like, bye. It was weird. But it would have been worse at the vet, I think. I'm glad I did private. Yeah, Fox, real. True. Striker. True. I got some photos framed That was nice. Thanks, Georgia, as well. I appreciate it. Thanks, Jaren. Hi, Buzz. Yeah, I got this one framed because, honestly, it's one of my favorite photos of all time because my haircut in it, not so much. But I don't know why we were having a photo shoot during COVID. But we were. I say we because she totally wanted to be involved. But it's the profile picture on my Twitch. And I found the original photo. And it's just so cool. I don't know. She's just a little poser. She was looking exactly where I was looking. Like, she knew exactly what she was doing. Like, she's a model. Like, what are you talking about? Girl. Gorgeous girl. Hi, Seven. How are you, doll? Me too, Hoobsy. That was 2020. Isn't that crazy? Is it bad that I know a fact about human creation? No, I was looking up all the facts when I knew my dad was being promoted. Part of me so intrigued. Wait, Eric, it was your birthday. How was your birthday? Happy birthday. Hi, Seven. How are you, doll? Hello. Yeah. Yeah, no, Hoobsy, I actually find it very interesting. To the point now, though, where my YouTube... I have to get rid of the algorithm. My YouTube algorithm is like saying goodbye to my cat. I'm like, okay. I can't watch anymore. Please. Because I was researching, because I was very nervous about the process. Because I've never had to go through, like, putting a cat down. I didn't know how it was going to work. Am I going to feel awkward? Am I going to feel heartbroken? Like, obviously I'm going to, like, girl. I had no idea what to expect. And it was very emotional. But I had no idea what to expect. So I was watching some stuff. And actually it did help a little bit. It kind of prepared me. But now I'm getting pushed all the content. Thank you, Molly. How are you, doll? It's good to see you. Hello. I went to lunch with my mum and just hung out and played some online games. Yay! That sounds perfect. What games are you playing at the moment? What are you playing? Tell me everything. Also, what's the temperature today? Because why am I just freezing? What? It's not even cold. It's all a ruse. Wait, how cold is it in Thingamabobby? Hmm. 47 degrees. What the hell? What the hell? I've just come back from summer in Canada, not loving it. Oh, you'd be so cold. Yeah, it's a frosty wind, isn't it? It's hard because I
Put your ass away, child!
Wait, Abby, you're right. I gotta do that.
No faith _GG just
No,
subscribe.
Fall Guys is cool.
Carl's hug.
Hell yeah. Jose, thank you so much for 983. I didn't know you and... That makes sense. Oh my god. Thanks, Blue. Love your name, by the way. I appreciate that. I'm good, Molly. Good morning. Good morning. What time is it for you? Sunny and 28 degrees when I was in Vancouver. Oh. But it's hot as heck, yeah. Oh my god. Mamma mia. Also, thank you for the follows, guys. 8 a.m. What the hell? It's only 5 a.m. here. Oh, Cass, I heard about it. Can I open Fortnite and see? Let's see. I heard they're very, like, is it the most controversial skin yet? 3 a.m. Oh my god, good morning. Oh my god. Okay, I want to check out these skins because I'm curious. I'm really curious. I'm going to update it and see. I think there's a lot of tartars, right? I'm updating it. Ellie kept me awake all night. Oh no, what a shame. What a bloody shame. 7 more months until we raise the bat for the century. I can't believe that. I have to make my 100 month sub That's crazy. That's actually crazy. I can't wrap my head around that. Oh my god. 12 gigabytes? Really? What are they? Oh my god. I grabbed Poison Ivy skin. Ivy, sorry. Okay, I'll check it out. Also, there's a new skin in DBD for Iron Maiden for the Huntress, and he looks so cool. So I will be playing some killer games this week. I have to. Have you seen it, Jeffy? So sick. Also, I've seen people use my code. I get emails. People have been buying that skin, it seems, because I keep getting, someone used your code. I'm like, oh, thanks, guys. I used it. Thanks. I can show you guys if you want to. New York! How hot in New York has it been? Guys, 60 months is a lot too. 24 months is a lot. That's why when, like, I get one of those subs that are extremely girthy, it blows my mind because everything else is so big to me, you know? Saw the skins? Okay, I'll have a look. I'll have a little 1-2. I still just like fought for sprites even though I hardly play. I'm still on my Overwatch shit, but I had a game today. It didn't bother me because I feel like the noises tickle my brain, but there was someone in my team, they were either doing it on purpose or they were brand new. So I'm gonna lean towards on purpose. But they were just like not trying pretty much. And so we lost very badly. So we needed another tank and he wasn't doing anything. And then the next game, he was on the other team. So then I won. So I was like, oh, they don't have a teammate. And everyone was complaining about him in that game. And I'm like, what is going on? Like, people were just throwing. Isn't it cool, Jeffy? I kind of want to have a go at him to hear the noises he makes. Oh my god. Swifty, that is hot. What the hell? That's what I'm used to with my summer. Although I do love it being cold, even though it's freezing. Oh, it doesn't make any noise? Mac, really? Ooh. Taffa, I don't have a code for Mecha, but Fortnite and DBD are both Carla. Is that right, Macaroni? Yeah. Maybe I give it a little bit of a spin. See the noise. Wait, Henry, I forgot. Or I missed it, I think. Why are you up, though? Can't you sleep? What's the hot goss? Some would say killer-sided skin. Really now? Okay. I see. Interesting. I want to see these titty skin. That's crazy. Crazy to say out loud. Oh, because Lullaby was loud as shit when I played against him yesterday. Do I hear some testing is afoot tonight? My sleep schedule continues to be fully flipped, and I will be up for another 3 hours. Oh no. I'm sorry, doll. What the hell? What the hell? Me when I lie. Free flybys is crazy. I'm interested. Oh, that's nice, Abby. Hell yeah. That's why I love going to Melbourne. Oh god, I have to get tickets for PAX too. I love going to Melbs because it's even colder. 50 rounds of Pummel Party. Jeffy, tell me how I played that on the Switch the other night. And I was reminded of the hell that is that game. It's so funny. I love Pummel Party, and I would play with you two right now on stream. Really, I would have a round. Let's do it. But there's something about Pummel that really hurts my brain. I don't know what it is. It can be so depressing. I think it's the weapons. I think the weapons are so harsh. That was my bad, I think. Frida, I would love to do that. It would be rough though, but I would love to do it. Oh, it was so just... I don't know. Mario Party, I feel like, is more forgiving when something happens. Even though it's still just as bad, but I don't know. There's something about the keys in Pummel Party. That just, I don't know. What about a 5-round pummel to test the waters? Hey, if you're not working tonight, Mac, and Jeffy's free right now, I'd play a round of pummel. Slowly ganging up on each other. It was so bad. It was so bad. How many weeks do you gotta win? Oh, there was one night. I remember feeling so shit this night. Not because of the company, because of the game. We ended up doing like, I think it was a 5-trophy round, which takes so long. And it just wasn't ending. Like, it was just taking so long. And I think it was like, what, a 40-minute or like an hour and a half game? I don't know. It was so bad that I was like, I have to get off this game. I can't do this. I cannot do this. You're on morning shift? Oh, la la. It was so long that I was going insane. I couldn't. Okay, let's see these skins. I'm curious. I need to do community pummel so everyone feels my pain. Okay. Show me the money. Skip. I'm not watching this. Okay. This is my skin. Clearly so hot. Right? I'm already so hot. What the hell? Why are they... What the hell? God, they're naked. Shorts on or off? What the hell? That's crazy. Why is Batman like... Oh my god, it's Mac. Whoa, that's crazy. Mac, you have a skin in game. You didn't tell me you have an icon skin? What the hell? That's crazy. Beach bats. You can get... You can get a dog. You can get a Catwoman. I like this one. That's quite nice. God, I love being bi. What are claws? Oh, pickaxe. Oh, I think I like the Mac and Catwoman bundle. Oh, wow. That's crazy. David Beckham. Oh, my God. You know what I like? I love and hate about Fortnite is the fact you'll be in a Fortnite game and you'll be like, Batman, Batman on me, Batman on me, David Beckham, club owner, David Beckham. Yep, David Beckham's on me, and it's just like so stupid. But I love it. Don't get me wrong. I love it. Who's this man? Is this a soccer player? It's actually crazy. Soccer skins, superheroes, a Nebula Fox. Crazy. Anime. Odyssey. That's crazy. What the hell? Now who's this jellyfish? Oh my god. Oh, I love Joey Caliente. Again, crazy sentence. Joey Caliente on me? Joey Caliente on me? Actually just so stupid. Limelight. We like to party? Anything else? Anything else I need? We do have Olivia Rodrigo. But the most important thing is... I forgot, guys. I forgot. A duck. What the hell is that? Oh. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah. I was gonna put my pet on. Cause guess who's pulling up to the club? Yeah. But that's so cute. Madison Beer, I saw Fortnite post it. Really? Cute. Wait, I didn't check out the dances. Let me see. Turn it up. Let me see the dances. I am not gonna buy a dance. I'm not. It has to really wow me to purchase a dance emote. Now, where is it? Sorry, just a fucking lizard. I can't. Abby, I'm wearing your shoes. Oh no.
Put your ass away, child.
Racer just subscribed.
Racer! Happy 18! How are you, doll? Good to see you. Hello. Tafra, I'm not sure. Probably not super long. Tomorrow will be normal length though. Probably not super long because I'm still feeling it in my brain, but I wanted to hang out for a little bit. But tomorrow will be normal. A normal stream, which I'm very excited about. What's this?
And I know you like it when it's just like that. Harder girlies just love my swag. From my kicks to the way I fix my hat. I'm back, fresh like some new J's.
Yeah, lizard! Yeah! Now I like this!
Hakuna.
Oh!
My tatas.
Shit! KFC spawn tomorrow, yes?
Graceland's just resubbed for 37 months. Hi, gorgeous.
Damn! Thank you. What the hell? Girthy resubs, guys. I appreciate you. Wait, Con! Wait, send me a video.
Put your ass away, child.
Thank you, doll.
Concrete
Aw.
8TH just subscribed.
Now what's
Wait,
this?
I'm doing that dance RM2.
Oh, I wanted this one. I wanted this one. Oh my god. Oh god. Would be a shame if you gave me a cuddle. Thank you so much for the resubs, guys. Okay, listen. I get this from Fortnite crew, by the way, that I gotta cancel. But, hang on. I don't like it. Okay, I want this one, first of all.
Chris, connect us real quick.
Chris,
Con!
Hey man, you drop.
No!
You drop. I love my wife. I love my wife so much. Shan! Shan! Thanks for the tuna melt, babe. That was a sick melt, babe. What'd you put in that? Is that basil?
Is that oregano?
Oh my
Is that
god.
a new herb?
She's saying
Oh
your
my god,
apartment
Shan, I love you, man. I love you so much. Anyway,
Thank
you drop, you drop, man.
Oh my god.
I annoyed them extra that day. Thank you, Con. That's so nice. Thank you. I hate that all I want to do is just look at my dance emotes. I don't even play Fortnite. And I have all these emotes. It's so bad. I should sell my account. Nah, I can't. I can't.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby.
I just like the emotes. If it's cunty, I have to have it. Because I'm a lizard. Is it weird that I love when you're annoying? No, yeah. It's perfect. Because we annoy each other. I love this so much. I do this to annoy Sammy, Jeffy, because it's like, it's kind of like the same vibe as Say Geronimo, Say Geronimo. This one I can swap out because I need it to be trolly, but this is cute. This one's fun. I love that one. What's this one? Oh, this is so bad. It's such a bad emote, but I love it for that reason. Because if someone sniped me and I was having a bad day and they emoted on me with this as a lizard, I'm out. Another example of an annoying emote. Isn't that funny? Okay, let's swap out this. Thank you, Con. Again, I appreciate you. What summer emote do we have? Oh, this is a good one too. What's this one? If a lizard in lizard shoes did this to me, it would be my last straw. Exactly. No, I'm so, Frito, I miss Em and I'm so just happy she's thriving, you know? That is an earn on my back, now with 2 in it. Full house! Twitch clip that. Okay, so there's that one. What else do we have? Where's my latest acquired? Sorry. Oh, this is a good one too. Oh, this was a good. Look at his Liz Ussy.
I have a pen. I have an apple. Apple pen. I have a pen. I have pineapple. Pineapple pen. Apple pen. Pineapple pen. Pen pineapple apple pen.
That's crazy. Oh my god, get it, Lizzie! Oh, baby! Yeah! Guys. I hate that. Oh no. That's actually crazy. I buy the most annoying emotes. There's a few Gaga emotes, I think, right? Isn't there Rain on Me? Under this one. This one? Crazy. Okay, wait. Rain. Get it, Lizzie! Yeah! Oh, I love the Godzilla. I'm in fucking worse right now watching whatever is happening with this lizard. What's this? Is he muzzing? Girl, I can't do this. Wait. Where is... Okay, wait. Where is Fireball? I create my wheel perfectly.
Let's all go to the lobby.
That's actually fucked as well. Okay, wait, I need to... Where's the music one? Okay, where's the pop music? Oh, here we go. Oh, this one. Yeah. Yes. Guys, I've been doing this for 15 minutes. Not playing Fortnite. No. Just emoting. And that's what it's what it's all about. No, I know. Just going through my library's more fun. Honestly, like, it's okay. Our call-in segment was an hour and a half. Oh my god. Wait, so what do I have here? Wake me up. Fireball, pop music, just a girl, woman. Great. I'm ready, I think. I'm so sad I missed the call-in segment. I promise. Oh wait, you're right. Let's get my Godzilla back for... Because I love Godzilla. Wait, favorite this, yes. Oh, not fave. Girl. Actually, there's two that are my favorite. You know who else is my favorite? Wait. Where is he? Where is that weirdo? Oh, I do like Ghostface too. This guy. This guy's my fave. And here's why. Mimi's enjoying it. Thinking about Quinn, Konami. Exactly. He's so hard to look at. What do you mean? Yeah, he is. Yeah. Yeah, he is actually. If I get killed by fuck ass Palpatine and he hits that dance on me, I just get up and go take some deep breaths outside. But what about this, guys? Okay, wait. Let's get the lizard back because we've had a lot of fun with the lizard. Although this guy would fuck, I feel. Wait, hold. Yep. He's hitting that. Wait, guys, wait. Wait, I know this is all I'm doing right now, but just wait. I just want to try something else for science, and it's not going to be good. I've seen enough. I've seen enough. All right, let's get the lizard back out because we had a lot of good times with this. Mac. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You are that girl, babe. Yep. Oh, my OG outfit. This was my OG Godzilla outfit. Yeah, there he is. There he is. I love it so much. Oh, we have dad sneakers too, yeah. Wait, you're right. We did do this sometimes as well. New York City! Godzilla Aussie! Hi, Doom! We have memes. Everyone's here. Those feet. Oh, shoot. I don't want to do this. Why is his Godzusi showing? Guys, not this. Wait. I low-key want to do some... I low-key want to see how mecha is in Fortnite for a laugh. Because we all know this is going to be bad. Beta, hello. Doom, hello. Screw it all to hell. I'm doing it. Also, you'll be proud of me, but tonight I'm meal prepping to give my week, to make my week easier. I'm meal prepping. Oh, who's this? I don't like it. What is this? Hello? Oh wait, Grace, that fuck ass emote's so good. How do we know what's real and what's fake? What? Hello? I don't like it. I'm leaving. I don't understand. Yeah, Megan, exactly right. Exactly right. I'm doing my usual when I meal prep. It's not really fun, but I love it. It's basically, we call it beef mince, but I think you call it ground beef overseas. But I do like basically a stir fry with like capsicum, bell peppers, onion, mushroom, the meat, and then I have it with like Mexican rice or like spicy rice. It's really nice. And it reheats real good too. It's real good. And then I have ravioli as well if I run out of that. I'm meal prepping, and by meal prepping I mean I'll have a lot of leftovers. Exactly. Exactly. It's actually really nice. I won't lie to you. It's really good. Good night, Seven. Have a beautiful sleep. Let me see if I can get the lizard. And then put the shoes back on him. And then I'm going to do one game purely just in hopes that I can dance on someone. Toy escape. So I'm not even going to change the category. Is this Battle Royale? I'm just going to go in for a Sprite and a Dream. And then I do want to show you also the new Skinnin' DVD. The category is dance or die. Exactly. Tomorrow will be a normal stream. Tomorrow, I don't know what I've decided to start with. I might just play killer games, or I might just do mecha the whole day. I'm not too sure. Or maybe we just yap and do dailies. But I will be having my sponsor at 12 my time. which is 10 p.m. Eastern your time. But before then, I just want to hang out if that's okay. We will have an hour sponsored segment, but the rest of the day, I think I just want to vibe. I'm guessing like dailies, maybe some Deeves, maybe a simulator game. Something? I don't know. 7 ping, do we? Hell yeah. You'll be here, Jared, yes! I needed that. I reckon I'll feel brand new tomorrow, which would be really exciting. That'll be real nice to feel. Mimi! Hello? Oh, I can pet her. Cute. Oh my god, why is the bus driver? Look at the bus driver. Oh, you can't see. It's that Batman. Wait, I should buy the naked Batman. Better than that Oz 100 ping. Girl. When I play with Chris, it's actually so hilarious how bad the ping is. But I am truly used to it. So it's, you know, is what it is. But I do get I just get used to it. And then when he plays on my server, he's like, oh, this is fucking awful. What the hell? I'm like, girl, welcome to my life. But I am used to it. So, yeah. Hopefully we get to do some friend swap this week. That'll be fun. I feel like my brain would like that. Where is this? I am not playing Fort for very long. I just want to... Where is that thing? Maybe it's downstairs. Oh, we need a key card. You know what, Jaren? As naughty as this is, I'm not going to update the category because I'm only going to play one game of it. Unless I end up having the best time and keep going. But I'm going to switch over to show you the DBD skin. Real. I would love to get friend sloppy. If I may. Little slop. I think that's all we have planned this week is the KFC, maybe some friend slop, and then I suggested to Gran we do some DBD this week because we haven't done that in a while. Cammy, good morning. We should do some dailies today too if you're interested. That'll be fun, I know. Fun old time. What am I gonna have for dinner? Gummy striker sprite. Is that fun? Special. Ooh. Should I extract that? Is that like a good one? Dead Badelos. Am I goated? I'm always interested. I'm just so keen to get into a schedule. I have so many fun, extract this.
Lake Titicaca.
So guarded.
Hakuna.
My tatas. Alright, let's do
Imrai
it.
just resubbed for 52
Lake
months.
Titicaca.
You would like to get what sloppy? Did I fucking hear that correctly?
Mia,
What
come
the
back
hell?
here.
Come to Epping Car Wash in Sydney, I'm waiting.
Fine, let's do it. Yeah, I'll meet you at the Krispy Kreme. Thank you, 52, my god. Hello. So guarded. Also, anyone that I've noticed, sorry, not said hello to, not noticed, I should say. Hello, hi 1000. There's a car coming, where? What's that? Hello? Hi, Amanda. The way, Amanda, I thought you were warning me of a car. Notice me. But no, I'm excited to get into a groove again because I've lost my groove for good reason. But I have a lot of ideas. I want to do the viewer call-ins again, but I want to do a full show around it. So I'm making like a green screen thing so I can make it more of like a silly segment that I want to do. I'll obviously give you a heads up. And it'll probably be open to people that have been following for at least 3 months just to keep us nice and safe. So you don't have a random calling in and ruining it for everybody. But I think I want to do the segment, like a Am I the Asshole segment where we read stories and you can call in with your opinion. I also want to do other things with the call-in feature because I didn't know that was a thing. That was a feature until the other night, but it was so hilarious. Oh God, no. It was ridiculous. If you've missed it, I'm gonna put it on YouTube. But it was honestly so funny. It was amazing. Wait, Kimmy, my absolute goat. I'm so proud of you. What the hell? Yay! When do you start? Will you start straight away, or would you have like a week break? Honestly, Henry, I didn't know how much I needed that, and it wasn't even a part of my plan. Everyone was shocked that I went live, but I was like, guys, you make me feel happy, so I may as well just pop on for a couple hours and have a giggle. And then we ended up doing that segment. And I'm not even kidding, for the full hour of that segment, I felt human and I felt just like not depressed, which was really nice to have a bit of a break. You start straight away? Okay. Well, I'm still stoked for you because you deserve this. And I know it's been a long time coming. Yippee! Guys! What sprite do we have here? I actually don't... Mimi's purring. I actually don't understand sprites, but I love collecting them. No, it was really good. I so glad I discovered viewer call-ins. It's like my dream. I love it. Honestly, I probably will go through them and get the less serious ones. But, girl. Okay. We deserve each other, me and Bach. I can't believe Bach and her broke up. Oh, no, I believe it. Guys! With someone like Chris and Whiskey. Whiskey, I was talking to. Like, we have no plans for this whatsoever. We were talking the other day, and I was like, would you do a 24-hour stream with me? Like, imagine if we just, like, for example, Whiskey and I. Let's just randomly. Whiskey and I just do a 24-hour stream together. That'd be so fun. Viewer games, but also, like, some indie co-ops together. That'd be so fun. I've wiped out Tomato Town. Hello, Charlie. How are you, doll? Guys, the way that I can't believe I'm running with Mimi in this field as a lizard, this is just the time of my life. This is why Fortnite created pets. It takes two or split fiction. Ooh. Oh, who is that loser? Show yourself, pussy. There's two people. There's two people. There's two people. I'm self-reviving. Okay. That's so funny. I tried to play Fortnite for the first time a few days ago. It was so bad. It is definitely a season game for me. I definitely understand. Wait, what is that sprite that I got? Me and the self-check cam. Oh my god, the self-check camera is crazy. Honestly. Where's that? What is this? Wow, look at the thing I got. What the hell? I'm invincible! Oh, fuck. 0.23% chance to get it. Yeah, well, I did. And I don't know. You wait. Thank you. I forget what I was going to say. I'm in the mood, blimey. You're just that bitch. Thank you. I don't have the patience. Oh, check. Sorry. I knew what you meant, but in my head, you're not bad, babe. That's why I said what I said. Doja style, because you are that bitch. And it's a lot to join Fortnite now. Like, it's not what it used to be. So you can't just boot up and go, I'm learning Fortnite. You have to join during sprites. Yeah, I had to change this for when I was filming my... Oh. Well, you'll see it soon. But I was filming a sponsored reel. And I was recording, right? And in the background, you see Chase in his fucking car. And I went, I have to change this wallpaper for this sponsor. Yeah. I can't wait for you to see this sponsor, though. I really can't. I wish I could show you right now. It's so stupid. I think they've approved it. Let me see. I don't think I have any notifications. But I think they approved it. Yeah. It's interesting. It's interesting. But I think you'll like it. Okay, wait. Let me show you this DBD skin real quick because it's cool. I'd recommend Reload. Oh, Reload. Yeah, that's a good point. Hitman replay. Oh, would you watch a replay of me playing Hitman? Fuck, I love Hitman so much. I want new missions. I want new missions. I want new missions. Maybe I can try and find some sort of like, maybe I can find some sort of challenge where I have to kill them in like funny way. I don't know. I don't know. I love Hitman. I haven't played 007, no. I did them all, I think, 2023. We did like Hitman days and we would do like 3 missions a stream. Unless there's more that I'm unaware of, but I think I played them all. So good though. Maybe there's some DLCs I can get. I love those YouTube videos. By the way, I shouldn't even announce it now because I'm not ready. But I have been revamping my YouTube slowly, and I want to like revamp the banner and like the profile pic and all that, and actually commit to creating a member program that I did years ago but then just couldn't keep up with. But I've simplified it, and I think what I would love to do is try and get as many VODs as I can and combine my VOD channel with my main channel and basically start a backlog of VODs. And then also, I actually just want to really fall in love with editing again. Because, you know, I used to love to edit. I do love to edit. But I really just want to be able to, for you to go to my YouTube, find a stream you want to watch, or find a particular segment, or I just want YouTube to be like a really big playground for you to find any moment that you liked, or to work to clean to, whatever. I don't know. But I just really want to revamp my YouTube channel because I'm really proud of the growth we had a couple years ago on there, like, and how much effort we put into it, and I don't want to just like give up. You know, I love to tour. I go through hell touring. Don't not the bat. I love to tour. Anyway, so I will be getting into my groove again and giving you as much content as I can a week. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I just got to be brave, I guess, and just post and try some stuff out and just have fun with it, because that's when I was loving it, when I was just having fun with it. Check this out, by the way. Hold. Oh my god, I think I have that actually. That's what I mean. I want to create an entire backlog. Look at this Huntress skin. Oh my god. Girl. This is a Huntress skin. Now wait, hear me out. No, Con, stand up. It feels like a Billy skin. Hear me out. Might need to get that on my Huntressy. Shall we play a game? What do I have on here? No, sit back down. No, Charlie, sit on my lap. What? Was this a toxic build? What is this? Jason. Sorry. Whenever you break a pallet. Okay, let's do this instead. Let's play. Let's play around. Okay, sure. Sure. Does it have a unique Mori? Let's see. By the way, Con, I just want you to know that whenever you're in chat, I get really excited because you're really funny. I don't think it has a unique Mori. He has the X Factor! Guys, should we play a game? I think we should. Me when. Guys, all of you. But I know Con streams sometimes with LED, so I never really get to have them in here all the time. I'm not even pressing more. No, because it usually says it, right? It says it in the thing. Imagine if he just did a guitar solo on you. There's noises, but that's crazy. That's crazy. Guys, what if I did a cosplay? No, I'm kidding. The fuck-ass guitar? What is this, Guitar Hero? What the hell? That's what Grace did to me at the pub for no reason. No reason, hey. Well, guys, why am I having Red Bull at 6 p.m.? Okay. I've been doing really naughty things, and I've been going, you know what? Screw it. I'm going through a hard time. I have plenty of time to do better. By naughty things, I mean just eating poorly and whatever. But anyway, fine, Charlie, I will. You bring the best out of me, Del. Oh, stop it. Stop it. Then he drove me to a funeral home. Aww, that's love. You're about to get serenaded with Wonderwall. Girl. Also, I want to do a thing. I don't know how to do this. Maybe I link it to like my YouTube, or I link it to my anniversary. Maybe I get more stickers made, Mimi stickers made, but I wanted to get prepaid international letters, envelopes made so I can just send some of these out, because this is so, like, it's extra cute now. It's from Cluntmas 2025. So that's very cute. I love it. I love it. So I gotta figure out what to do with them. Wait, Carrot, thank you. That's really nice. How are you? Hello, doll. How was your nap? They are cute. Yeah, I gotta figure out a way to do it. Maybe I do it with like my anniversary next month, or maybe I do, I don't know. I gotta figure out what I want to do. Over to Perth. Yeah, I gotta get some envelopes. So what I'm gonna do, there's a couple of things I'm doing. When I get, because my KFC sponsor finishes tomorrow, but I won't actually get that sponsor for another month-ish. So when my sponsor stuff comes in, there's two things I want to do. One, I would like to get stuff to be able to send this out to you guys. Henry, yes, I promise I will. But then I have another spawn that I can't talk about yet, potentially next month, And a part of that sponsor, I do want to find like a nice animal charity. I'll look around. I'd like to do like an international one or an Aussie one. And I would like to contribute to those charity streams to maybe help other people look after their cat that maybe can't, or like the animals that maybe can't afford to look after their cat, or, you know, foster homes or whatever. I want to do like a charity as well, that I want to put some of my sponsorship towards that. So there's a few things I want to do. Yeah, because you guys help me so much with Mimi. Or maybe I can, yeah, do a charity stream for the business that helped Mimi. My mic is very quiet. I have a very quiet mic, yes. But, yes, it also depends on device too, because I'm also loud on my device, but then other people's I'm quiet, but I can try and turn myself up a little bit. I'm also not really yelling today. Kind of just a bit quiet in general. Let me see. Hello? Bit louder. I just don't like keyboard clicks in my mic, so I tend to be quieter. You're loud on PC but quiet on my phone. Yeah. I'm different on everyone's, but Riley, valid. Valid. Carla is sponsored by me, chat. I'm exposing it. Oh my god. Yes. Were you silent or were you silenced? Okay, I want to hear these fuck-ass noises. Oh, shut up. That's so funny. I make a little riff. I make a little riff when I hold up the the thing. Oh god. There's music playing in the background. Wait, is my lullaby guitars? You're joking. What the hell? I live for it though, but so random. Good night, Cass. Ah! I'll see you tomorrow if you're around. Girl. Okay, so they're gonna... Hey, girl. Hi, sweetie. I want to get them here, but I don't know if I can. All right. Now who's here? Someone's going to be helping him. Okay. Bye, Mickey. I'll see you tomorrow if you're around. Have a good class. Okay, I'm gonna pick her up. No one flashlight me. I hope no one flashlights. Oh no, I'm scared. I hope no one's around. I know, so many flashes. But they don't know that I'm the Iron Maiden. Good night, leggies. Good night, everyone. Thank you for joining my ever so small mini stream. Oh no, don't flash me. I'm so scared. I can't get over the fact that my lullaby is a riff. Like, it just sounds like I'm listening to music. The Maiden of Iron. What the hell? Girl. What are we doing? Who's this? Oh no, it's the guy that I just hooked. Oh no, it's not, thank god. Okay. Me, more than happy to go for him again. Oh my god, Happy New Year. Did you see that? The hatchet validation. Wait, I'm not crazy, right? That hit her. It went... Oh, that still hasn't been fixed. Ooh. Is someone in here? 2 job interviews. That's my absolute go. What games have you got on deck tonight? On deck. Like, what games I want to play? Because I don't really know. I was going to do like Wordle and all those games. Because I wasn't planning on streaming tonight. But tomorrow, we'll be doing Community Mecha. Tomorrow's Community Mecha, maybe a simulator type of game. I don't really have a plan for tonight. Because I won't be on for long. But tomorrow, we can do it all. Oh. Yeah, what are you playing at the moment? Ooh, that was a real good dodge. I don't know what I feel like, but I do have some new simulator games we can try. But I also want to play some more games from that dev that did Bite Night. He has a new game coming out in a couple of days that I really want to play. So I will be trying that. And then also Mole. Backpack, backpack. Ooh, Overwatch. I've been loving Overwatch still. That's still my, I guess my main game, but main off-stream game. But I also am more than happy if people want to do like Overwatch lobbies, but we also are going to be doing Community Mecha at the start of the stream tomorrow. What the hell? Guacamole, guacamole. Okay, oh, there you are. Oh my god! They're like little birds. I know someone is still here. Okay. I know Fung is still around too. I can smell her. Girl. I can hear them. Girl, what are you doing? Someone's here. Got him! Alright, now who's here? Is someone here, or are they leaving her to perish? Oh, wait. You know what? Screw it. Let's just pick her up. I can't. You know what? This skin... I never thought I'd say this, but I feel like the riff is more distracting than the Huntress lullaby you hear. I don't know. It sounds like I'm in like a diner. I can't describe it. Oh, nice. Nice dodge. Okay, someone's probably here, but I also just don't care. Oh, really? So you hear that as well as a survivor? Grace, you know what? I probably have more adrenaline when I'm not streaming. When I'm streaming, Killer, as you can probably tell, I'm not like actively kicking gens or playing maybe the best game. I should care more, quite frankly. but I'm just so invested in like yapping, I guess. But if I'm playing off stream, I do get nervous for sure. Oi. Okay, I need to get that man. Missed him. Hi, Pat. Good evening. How are you, doll? I need to get him, but also... Ooh. Do you have... Okay. So people are going to be around me trying to get him. And if they're not, I'll be shocked. Yes, I hear pitter patters. I hear someone. I heard you. Okay. That's so funny. Where's this Fung? Drop the pallet, drop the pallet, drop the pallet, drop the pallet, drop the pallet. Easy, white chocolate. I wouldn't want you to melt. Okay. Surely no one's around me, right? I'd be really impressed if they manage. Okay. I hear Pimple. I'm good, Pat. I'm good. What's the latest with you? Okay, they would have finished that gen. Ooh, it's blocked. That's quite nice. W reference. I say that every second day. I'm not even kidding. I say it constantly. Hey, girl. Now that is unfortunate. To be honest. To be honest. Very unlucky. Running and working? Oh yeah, wait, are you playing anything at the moment? Or have you just been running and thriving? My god. Massive I'll take a 2k. I wasn't we were just talking shit half the time. Nice. Are you staying around here? Yep, nice. Come here. Nice dodge. That's really nice. I have to give you that. I'll let you do that again because you are going to be locked out now. I like that a lot. Hey, girl. Where's your mate? Ooh, great dodge. Okay, superstar. Love that. I still haven't played that properly, Pat. Oh, is she gonna leave and give me a 3k? I'm down. I'm interested. Let me just, I'm just checking where she is. Hello? Have you seen Cheryl doll? Where is she? Oh, she just left. Sick. Oh, yeah. Wait, how many hours do you have in it? Is it equal to my DBD vibe? Where I just can't let it go just yet? Hey, we'll take a 3K. What the hell? We'll take that. Bit of fun. GG. Bit of hee-hee, bit of ha-ha. Oh, just slightly less, Pat. Yeah. Just a touch less. Why the fuck did you not open the gate? Good cue. I'm not sure. T. Who do you main in Overwatch? Who was Puberty Blues? I didn't see the bagging. They didn't respond to me. They didn't respond to me. All right, let's do dailies. Let's do dailies. I don't feel good about this. Guys, the fact that I did so bad on my Wordle yesterday was embarrassing. I know, Henry. All right, guys. You aren't going to be ready for this skill. You are not ready for this. Have to go stream. Do yours quick. Pause. All right, check this out. Audio. Diner. What? What the hell? Dive is good. That's crazy. Yeah, Joe, listen. Guys, I'm about to rock your world with connections. Now, the joke here is I'm really bad at connections, but I'm going to do really well today, okay? Today's the day. I lock in. Sound. Link. Icon. Menu. Now, you liar. I'm not lying. Link icon. I'm thinking this is like things on your computer. Now, I'm probably wrong. I don't like this at all. I don't like it at all. Icon, link, menu. Button. Oh, I'm actually shocked that I got that. That's crazy. I thought I was going to be wrong by that. Alexa, sound, Blair. Oyster. What does oyster have to do with things? Trumpet. What's portobello again? Is that a mushroom? Meadow. Meadow. Yes, okay. Was a different mushroom maybe? Can you get oyster mushrooms? Blair Sound Herald Trumpet. Announce. Nice. Usually I wouldn't get help until I go, help. But I don't think I'll get this one. I'm going to have one more go and then I might have to get you to help me. Oyster Wisdom Bubble Tea. What does bubble tea have to do with anything? Bubble tea. Bubble tea. Bubble tea. Also, hi Sanj. No, it's okay, Joe. I would have said something if I was cranky. Hi Jay. Wait. I need Jazz with Rain to really lock in. Oh, yeah. Oyster mushrooms. Okay, I thought so. Oyster mushrooms. Portobello mushrooms. I'm guessing meadow mushrooms. And swine mushrooms? No, okay. Wisdom mushrooms? No, okay, I gotta chill. Bubble tea. Bubble tea. You drink that with the straw. Did you get the Wordle? Pat, I guessed I was 1 letter off on my second guess. So lucky. Hi, Nicole. How are you? Menu items. Oyster, bubble tea, portobello, and then what? Swine? Okay, I'm 1 off. 4. We're supposed to match 4. I have 1 chance left. Meadow. Alexa, I'm guessing they're thinking of the device. Alexa, wisdom. Sipping, slurping. Things you slurp? Is it sarcase or sakes? True honest question. You would slurp these two. Like, is that the thing? But then what do you suck after this? Swine, I think of swine flu. Meadow, you don't suck. Alexa, you might suck. Portobello, do you suck? Wisdom, I might suck the wisdom out of you. But that's after dinner. So what's the 4th? I don't know. If anyone has an idea, you let me know. Open floor. Real. Sorry. Things you suck out. Oyster. Do we suck? What's the other suck here? Fuck it, we're doing it. Fuck, what was it? Oh, shush. Oh, shush, shush, shush. Starting with alcoholic beverages. Associated with pearls. Bubble tea, oyster, swine, wisdom. Girl. I don't like it. Time for poople. Wash. Wasp. That's crazy. Connections and I have a really bad relationship. In fact, it's borderline toxic. Wasp. Wasp. I'm joking. Pasp. I'm joking. Thank you, Abby. I think I was. WASD. I'm joking. Wisp is good. Yep, nice. Nice. Pisp. No, wimp. Yeah. Pimp. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Pomp. I know this game works. Okay, I'll explain. So you start off your daily poople with a random word, so wash. You can only change one letter each time, and you have to get to poop. So we changed the last letter to make wasp. It has to actually make a word. You can't just type anything. So that made wasp. And then we changed I to wisp, S to M to make wimp, and then here's where the magic started to happen. We made wimp to pimp, so we had 2 of the poop. Then we did pomp, which I didn't think would work, and then we got poop. Yeah. Isn't that great? It's great. That's what I say when I fart sometimes. That's what I said. Alright, time to do these. Lock in, guys. And by guys, I mean me. Oh, shoot. Alright, lock in, guys. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. Oh. My bad. No, it's okay. I'm locked in now. That's fine. We got this one. This one's easy. That's... Oh, I lost it. No, it's here. It's fine. That's right. Not the eyes. What? What do you mean? I'm kidding. You have to absorb it. You have to absorb it. Alright, that's interesting. That's like... Oh, not bad. Not the worst. Not the worst. Ooh. Dark little purple. Ooh. Ooh, purple. Oh no, we need to go like... Oh no. Alright, not my worst. 2 a.m. Cascade Morrow. Oh, kind of Twitch purple. Sure, sure. Not good. Not my best work. Oh, 4441. Okay, angel numbers. Okay. Share my score. Alright. Not my best twerk either. This one is dial.gg and then the color one. And then there's another color one too. Where you do... you try to match the colors of things, which is surprisingly hard because you think you remember things, but you don't. Like, what is his shirt? What shirt does he wear? Is it just white? I don't think so. 3:30 a.m. Oh my god, guys. I'll vanish soon to let you sleep. Before you pass out. No, I don't think it's blue. I think it's actually just white. It's light blue. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, that's red. Wow, I didn't know it was... Oh my god, his eyes move. Subway, I know this green like the back of my hand. Oh, that's pretty good. No, I don't apparently. My bad. Never mind. Oh, yeah, I know this. Oh, perfect. Right there. What? What is his pants? I think it's like a teal? Oh. My bad. Okay, wait, we're doing this again. Screw it all to hell. Now, what the hell is on his hat? Has to be orange, right? Is it blue? It's raining! What does he look like? Joe, yes, I love it. It's my favorite map ever. Green? Yellow. Abby, my shirt was perfect. Oh no. Well, I know this, guys. Don't come for me. I know this. Yep. Yep. Was that a fluke? Was that a fluke? Absolutely it was. Uh-huh. But doesn't matter. I deserve a piece of chocolate for that. Cheers. Okay. Oh, look at this loser. Back for more. Okay. We'll take it. Oh! Look who it is! Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. That's ridiculous. Now, what is that? Guys, what is that? I don't know that logo. Is... What is that? It is Joe, yeah. What color is that? No, Amy, that's what I'm saying. Yellow gold? Can I tell you? Go for it. A golden rod. Okay. Hey! Not bad. Joe, amazing. I want to play again. Sorry. Oh, wait. Can you play extra hard? Beef, exactly right. Oh, God. I don't know what her hair is. What is the vibe? I'll go... that. Ooh. My bad. Right. Right here, baby. Right there. Ah, see.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away,
Darling. Hello, my love.
Mortuary darling just subscribed.
Oh, deeper, my bad.
Hi beautiful Carl's kitty kiss.
How are you? Thank you for the resub. No, I love you. How are you going? You look like you're just so happy. Ooh, interesting. Isn't that red? Ah, yes. Darling, thank you so much, though. Ooh! Isn't it just the same green as that? Or is it darker? Or is it orange? Really? Oh shit, I think you're right. Oh my god. Oh, I thought it was green. Okay, wait, can you do hard? Brutal. Brutal. All right, lock in, guys. We're doing brutal mode. Can you go away? Okay. Brutal mode. Oh, you're timed. You're timed. Watch me do better timed. Oh, what the hell? Red. Woo! Oh, I don't know. Nice. Oh, lend me a bone. Oh, what the hell? Okay, actually not bad. I think I did better. I'm gonna rock your world though, guys. Pause the music. I'm gonna rock your world on the time one. Ready? I'm gonna rock your world. I'm gagged and gooped. You ready? I'm saying this sarcastically, but I'm gonna rock your world, okay? I'm gonna get everyone so good. Watch this. Watch this. All right. Could have been better. Could have been better. But actually, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I love these games because it's so fluky, but it's so funny. Okay, ready? No questions at this time. No questions. I would like to acknowledge for the court that this is a whole fluke and nothing but a fluke. But that's okay. Let's go. Oh! 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 Woo! 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 I've actually never done this good on this game ever. I'm usually really bad at it. This is so funny. Wait, I might be the best in the world. Guys, I need to be signed by an esports league. Twitch clip that. What the hell? That's crazy. All right, let's try again. Not good. But you know what? You know what? That second one, that third one was perfect. All right, let's bring it home. Sometimes in life, guys, you're good at one thing that doesn't matter and the rest bad. What's my score? Oh, stunning. Wow, look at that. Oh, that's pretty good. Hello? That's actually pretty good. Initials, CBT. Post score, doll. Post score. Does that mean I'm 41,000 on the leaderboard out of that? That's pretty good. We'll take that. The sound, not so good. The shape, not so good either, but it's fun. All right, shape is there. Right. Oh, yeah. That's real nice. Basically first. Jay. Love it. Give it to me. Ooh. Ooh, not good. I don't really know this one. No, I wasn't really paying attention. No, I got nothing on this one. Not good. Not good. No 6'7" or 6'9". God damn it. God damn it. Alright, circle. Ooh, I like that one. I don't really... I don't really know that... it was big. It was huge. Huge ball. Huge ball. Alright. Give me another triangle. Damn it. Ooh, that's a good one. Little tip there. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Have I immediately forgotten? Absolutely. Was it small? Oh no. Was it small? Or was it big? I actually don't remember now. Ah, okay. That's a nice tip. Just the tip. Yep. That's what she said. No, she said... No, she didn't say that. She said, wow, you're so massive. Ooh. You know what my favorite meme is at the moment? I'll do random gulps. I'll just be like... Ooh. And I find it so funny. Anyway. Focus up. A star. Right. Okay. Check this out. Yeah. Oh, that's pretty good. Pretty good. I got the point, right? Not bad. Okay. What about contexto? I did it last night. It took me forever. It was actually really annoying. Okay, type a word. Poo. Okay, far off. Cat. Okay, far off. Cake. Okay. House. Okay. Butter. Toast. Toaster. Toast. Bread. Toast. Oh my god. Jeffy. What the hell? Hello? Good morning. Hi, Keanu. How are you, doll? Crumb. I fell asleep the other night too, actually, on the couch. And I hate when you have to do that because moving to bed sucks. It's like, damn. Jelly. It's hot in my room. Oh my god. Should I put on the AC? Spread. Keanu, how are you, doll? Milk. Guys. Nye as well. I haven't said hello to people. I'm sorry. Porridge. Chilling like a villain. I gotta pee. Alright, toast. Breakfast. It's so funny. Sometimes when I'm a bit out of it in my brain, I will see people come in and respond to their messages. Because in my head, I'm like, hello. And then I'm like, Carly, you haven't said hello to them. Anyway, let me go pee, actually. Because I am hot to trot in here. Bloody hot to trot. BRB.
I got some nuts because I'm hungry. I should probably make some dinner soon. Some dinner.
Emily! Hi, doll. How are you? You look like you're having so much fun. When are you home? Okay. I technically, darling, don't understand this game either. But basically, you're just trying to guess the word of the day. And... oh, butter was 84. And butter is giving you a clue to get to that word. But it's 84 words away from what the word is. 17 words and my highest is 808. Butter. Butter. French. Darling, yes. Oh my god! I'm so happy for you. No, Striker, don't. Bake. Okay. It's gonna be something so annoying. I just know it. Let me Google something real quick. Sorry about me. Thanks, I go in and out. There's moments where I'm like, where the hell is she? You know? You're meant to be here right now. But that's 14 years of companionship for you. It's okay, it'll get easier. I'm just gonna see if there's any more episodes of RBT, because I would love to watch one. But we kind of rinsed the episodes. I would love RBT. But I don't think so. I gotta find out a way to get more. Oh, Emily, I'm sorry. Thank you, darling. Yeah. I think I was saying this earlier, and I won't dive into this too long because you know I like to yap. But I know it will get easier. And truly, having my period during this has been hell. But I know it's allowed me to probably get a lot of feelings out on top of what I already feel. So I know I'll probably feel better this week having let myself ugly cry. Keanu, yum. I would love some RBT. Or Gordon Ramsay. Need to find more RBT. Wait, I'm gonna do one more search. Sorry. I'm the worst daily player. Nuts. How do you watch this? I'm just having a little goog, guys. 100 gig for 95. I pay less than that per line for unlimited. Wait, is that for another chat, Tammy, or did I forget what I asked? Oh, was that an ad? Okay. Sorry, I was like, this might not be for me, but I don't want to assume. Oh my god, yeah. Australian phone ads, phone thing can be crazy. I pay My internet deal's pretty good for an Aussie. I get 500 up and down, and getting that in Australia is amazing because usually it's around 40 up. If I get 500 upload speed, and I think I pay $150 a month for my internet. Which is amazing when I upload YouTube videos, which I will be doing more soon. Yay! My god, kittens. Yeah. That's my gut. How are you, doll? I'm trying to, okay, I can't find that. Oh, it's a tribute to Steve Irwin. That'd be a good watch. Oh, guys, remember Mortified? Oh. That was a good show. Random breath test. Real good. Watch on Prime. Don't be mortified of stream. I need this. Oh, you're sick. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh. I hope you feel better. Being sick sucks. Damn. You can't watch it anywhere. Why are they locking it down? That's so crazy to me. 9 now. Or maybe 9 now. Wait, guys. I'm doing it. Maybe channel 9. Sorry, I know I'm just pausing Contexto for this, but if we get more RBT, I would watch a couple right now. Oh shit. Sorry. I love RBT. Please, please, please. Please give me this. Random. Damn it. Oh, really? Oh, that's true. You're right. A typing practice? What game is it? Is it a new one I should try? Oh my god, Keanu. Kitties are so silly. I love that. Just blacked out. Yeah, I can't find it. That's so weird how it's like... I don't know, you can't watch... Oh, we have one here, but it's 23 minutes. I guess that's better than nothing. It's called Booze Patrol, this one, though, so I don't know how similar it is. There's a few seasons. Booze Patrol? 23-minute eps. Why not? We can try that after this. Okay, we're back. We're back. Sorry. So, butter is margarine. Egg. Nuts. Good idea. Pizza. Pasta. What was for dinner, Grace? I gotta do that too. If you're interested, guys, we could watch some RBT before I go. Pulled pork tacos. Yum. butter. Real big tits. Yes. Type Circuit. Is Type Circuit fun? Should I try it? I'm glad I managed to do a little mini one today. Kind of getting me back into my groove for tomorrow. Cookie. I wanted to edit as well tonight. I just don't know how to edit my 24-hour stream. I don't know how to edit it. Putting the whole thing up is ridiculous. Unless I make it like a... I guess I could put the whole thing up on the members bit. Ooh, yeah, Kiana. I could always fuck up a taco. Oh my god, Grace. Apart from that, are you loving it? There must be like some parts where you're like, oh yes, the life. Although I won't lie. Again, I'm not meaning to be like a Debbie Downer. I mean this in the best way possible. I feel like this is the first time I've lived alone in so long. Now, I know technically I've lived alone, but Mimi was my roommate. Okay. I would hear her go to the bathroom. You know, I'm constantly looking after her. So this is the first time, really. This is the first time ever where I've lived completely alone. Crazy. It's quiet. Oh, Grace. Yeah. Proud of you though. So proud of you. Tapper, Type Circuit. Okay, I'll try again. I don't think we can get this. It's annoying me. Butter. Butter. Peanut. Flour. Oh my god. 1 year. Proud of you. I don't know this word. Crazy. No, that's because I don't have a car. 2 containers? What the hell? What the hell? Butter. We've done eggs, I think. Butter. Cheese. Okay. So, there's a word, guys. Again, I'm explaining this probably wrong, but... Okay. Find the secret word. You have unlimited guesses. The words were sorted by artificial intelligence algorithm according to how similar they were to the secret word. After submitting a word, you'll see its position. The secret word is number 1. The algorithm analyzed thousands of texts. It uses the context in which words are used to calculate the similarity between them. So it's trying to help us figure it out. Well, it's trying to get us closer. Cream. Hi, Chimes. Downside of eating pistachio is you feel like you constantly have pistachio in your teeth. Potato. Potato. Guys, I said potato. Oh, okay, Taffa. Thank you, Joel. Mmm. Potato. Grill. Garlic. Onion. Onion. Salt. Pepper. Chili. Powder. Paste. Shrek. Mayo. Pumpkin. Taste. Vampire. I'm joking. Herb. Sauce. Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Spice.
Realrin just subscribed. Garlic.
Garlic. Ria, thank you for 66. How are you? Hi, Ray, as well. The big 6 doll. Thank you. Oh, condiment. Oh, girl, not there. Celery. Oh! What the hell? Darling! 69! Okay. Yesterday's one pissed me off so bad. What was it? It was something so stupid. Actually, so stupid. Alright, what was it you said again? Type circuit? Type circuit type, maybe? I'll type your circuit. Why can't I find it? Oh, there we go. Okay, guys. How to play. Type as fast and accurately as possible to complete the circuit and aim for the highest word per minute. Okay. Okay. Ria, how are you, doll? That makes sense, Keanu. Also, random. Do you remember that game, guys? It was this McDonald's game. And it was basic. It was so hard to beat. It was online game. And you were like 10 playing it. Well, I was 10, 11 when it came out. And it was impossible to beat. I couldn't beat it. You had to feed the cows. You had to make buns. It was so hard. It was so stupid. That just came into my head for some reason. Okay, let's try. Oh. Oh. Done? Oh. What do I do? Do I have to type it until I get right? Oh, okay. Let me start again. Starting again. Yep. 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 Okay, wait. Okay, Speedy. Okay, wait. Yeah, these words today are really... The sentence is crazy, but it's okay. Careful here. Me on my period. Not bad. Okay. Oh. 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 Fuck. I'm starting again. Okay. Starting again. Are you kidding me? Alright, not my best work. That's okay. Woo! 120, baby. You know what I remember specifically is computer lab days when I was like 10 or 11. We would do this. We would do speed things. Why did we do that? I don't know. Favorite state in America? I've only been to a couple. New Jersey was fun, but I think that was because I was with friends. What's the best surprise treat you could get on your period? Everyone knows chocolate, but what's a deep cut? Ooh, I don't know. Ooh, good question. Everything. That's my issue, is I just want to eat everything. Guys, I'll finish a savory dinner delight, right? As soon as I swallow that last bite of whatever I had, I will immediately go, I need something sweet. And vice versa. I could have some chocolate and then go, I need something salty. Like, it's just, it's crazy. Yeah, I don't know why we would compete. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Alright, let's lock in. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, I wanted to start. Alt R reset. Oh, I didn't want to start again. Yeah, I know, Brie. Or you know what I'll do? I'll go, oh, I'm full. I couldn't have another bite. I couldn't possibly. Ooh, oh, chocolate. But in my head, and I will stand by this, I have two stomachs. So I have the main stomach that gives me nutrients. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, you know? And then I have the sweet treat tummy where I need to give it a sweet treat. I don't make the rules, except I do. And I stand by my rules. It is what it is. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, fuck. I'm getting worse and worse. It's that last one that fucks me up. Oh, God. Once you get into a good groove, it's amazing. And then once you get into a bad groove, you can't come back from it. 2 stomachs. Need to feed the sweet treat. Exactly. Okay, this one's bad. Carlos. I gotta be better than that. I need to make a folder. Daily slop. Oh. Daily slot. Now, how do I get to it? Daily slot. I gotta find it. I knew that I was an RE quote. I didn't. Colorfully. What's that? Oh god, what is this? The target color is composed of 3 unique colors mixed together. Oh no. Okay. I'm gonna go this one, this one, this one. Was I right? Okay, that's in the right spot. Ooh, that was right. Okay. Oh. Oh. Okay. Doctors beg. Girl, these ads. Right. Right. Doctors beg. There's something else I wanted to do. What was it? What was it? Bandle. What's bandle? Do you guess? Oh, guess the song one instrument at a time. Really? I know this one. I know this. I know this. I know this. I'm begging, begging you. No, what is it? Was I right? Haha! Woo! I'm begging, begging you. I got it. All right, well. Sorry. Maybe someone can give me a hard one next time. All right. Worldwide stats. Was I good? You picked easy. Oh, okay. Can I do... That was the daily bandle. Me and I was talking about my match. Can I do a hard one? Few song packs. Give me hard then. Like, that was just the daily bandle, you know? Play more songs. 2000 top... Oh, money, money, money. What's free these days? Oh, I'm so bad at that, Chimes. Oh, I'll be so bad. One hit wonders. Oh, money, money, money. Guest pack. Oh, free pack. All right, cool. Let's do it. Oh, is that Sweet Caroline? Oh, it is! Sweet... Okay. What is this? I know this. Oh, give me another one. Skip. Oh, I know this. 1983, 1.7. I know this is annoying me. Alright, next one. Oh, I think you're right. Every poo you take, every poo you take, every whiz you wee, I'll be watching you. What's the thing called? What's the song called? Every you take. Hi, Hannah. Hannah, my goat. Thank you, Dom. Every breath. Guess the game? No? Oh, what is that? Oh, yeah. Do, 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 do. What's it? Blinding Lights? Yeah. Nice. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, we know this. Oh, yeah, I know this. Oh, yeah. Oh, guys, we know this. Oh. Oh, I know this. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah. Yeah, I know this, So, that feels over is doing the right thing.
Scarlet underscore Daisy just subscribed. Morning
Makes me
doll.
feel like
How y'all doing? Carl's love.
Yeah, that one. Sorry guys. Scarlett, thank you so much for 25. I know the way I'm getting this is so putrid to listen to, but I don't care. Because you just gotta feel it. Incredible. Maybe we pay the $2 to play this. Nah, I'm joking. Scarlett, thank you. How are you? Back. I think an artist, not the name. I don't know. Sometimes the drums really carried the song. And sometimes you can just feel it and you get it, and other times I'm like, girl, help. Hi, Henry. Oh, Henry, of course. You got to. Beck, how are you, by the way? Oh, I know this one. Oh, is that Party Rock? Oh, no, it's not, but I got it! Oh, sorry. God, you could feel it. Oh my God, you could literally hear the sound. Sorry, that was dramatic. I didn't even look at chat, Jeffrey, but you could feel it. Oh my God. Oh no, Oh, honey. Oh, sorry, sweetie. Oh, nice. How was workies? Oh, that was a good one. You gotta feel it. Could be something else. Oh, what is that? Oh, is it push me, but then don't touch me till I can get my satisfaction? Oh, is it Bad Guy? Ooh, nice. Nice, Jeffy. Oh, that's good. Top wrong guesses. Dance Monkey, grow up! Who would do that? Who would put Dance Monkey? The hell? Embarrassing. All right, different songs. Free pack 2. Wow! I'll watch a short video to open my pack. Give it to me.
Si terrà questo agosto e abbiamo bisogno del contributo di tutti per aiutare a pianificare il futuro dell'Australia. Persone di ogni estrazione sociale.
And I've been saying that.
Voi siate, abbiamo bisogno di voi. Scusa Ollie, tu no. Ogni risposta è importante.
Oh, the census.
Australian Bureau of Statistics Canberra. Autorizzato dall'Ufficio Australiano di Statistica Canberra.
Oh, sì.
Scopri House Alert. Ideato per inviare messaggi d'allerta in caso di emergenza.
Whiskey!
Nell'ambito
Pokemon card!
The census is coming this August, and we need to hear from everyone.
Struggling against the cosmic tides, compared to which you are so...
You said a short video. I've seen 2 Italian videos.
Every battle we've fought has brought us.
Yeah, go for it, Abs.
You can access. I lead a team that can see where others.
If it's Italian again.
Giới thiệu Oz Alert.
Oh, new.
Thiết kế để gửi cảnh báo khi xảy ra thảm họa.
Oh, good for you.
El censo se realizará este agosto. Necesitamos escuchar todas las voces para ayudar a planificar el futuro de Australia.
Sorry.
Y estilos de vida. Sea quien sea.
Sí.
Why should your workday be like everyone else's?
To here and now.
A friend needs a little.
Have I done it wrong?
Giới thiệu Oz Alert. Được thiết kế để gửi cảnh báo khi xảy ra thảm họa.
Perimenopause. First, you're on fire. Next, you can't sleep. If you're wondering if this is perimenopause, there's information and support at health.gov.au/perimenopause. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
I travel to places that come.
Give me my free pack.
Why should your work...
The census is coming this August, and we need to hear from everyone to help plan for Australia's future. People from every walk of life.
We should get moving.
Scopri House Alert. Ideato per inviare messaggi d'allerta in caso di emergenza. Nell'ambito del lancio nazionale del sistema, invieremo un messaggio di prova.
Why should your workday be like every...
Και θέλουμε να ακούσουμε τις απόψεις όλων, ώστε να μπορέσουμε
I'm
να
not gonna skip it.
το μέλλον της
I'm gonna let it play.
Άτομα από όλα τα κοινωνικά στρώματα, όποιος και να είστε, θέλουμε να ακούσουμε τη γνώμη σας. Συγγνώμη όλοι, όχι εσύ. Κάθε απάντηση μετράει. Authorized by the Australian Bureau of Statistics Canberra.
Wow, it's Greek.
Εξουσιοδοτήθηκε από την Αυστραλιανή Στατιστική Υπηρεσία
Opa.
The census is coming this August, and we need...
Woo! All right, guys, lock in. All right. What is this? Cowbell. Okay, I want this. What the hell? You think this is raw? Oh wait, it might be. It is. Oh my, I didn't, and I was singing this today too. Oh, I know this. Is this Hotline Bling? Let me hear this. Imagine if I sung like that. Sounds like an Animal Crossing character. Sorry. What the fuck? Oh. She's got the look, she's got the look. Oh, what's that song? Or is it Don't You Forget About Me? Not. I honestly thought it was she's got the look and me. And I go la 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 la. She's got the look. Okay, Pipes. Oh. My mama told me when I was young we were all superstars. Yeah, easy. Hello, Axel. I'm not sure, but it's good to see you. I was meant to get off ages ago, but I'm still here, being an idiot. Okay, I need this. Ooh. No, that can't be it. That's too new, isn't it? Oh. Ah, yeah. Sweet home Alabama. Nice. Ooh. It's nearly 1 billion views, so it has to be very popular. I'm sexy and I know it. No, we've already done that. Unless it is again. What is this? I want to hear the voice cover. Oh, and it's always like this. You gotta move, Big Jagger. Yes, but I want to hear what they sound like. Ready, guys? Yes. Okay, moves like a Jagger. Nice. Flip that. Okay, free pack 3. Do I need to give up my firstborn to get it? Let's see. Short video.
August. And we need to hear from everyone to help plan for Australia's future. People from every walk of life. People who take the bus. People who need healthcare. And people who play sport.
Hoobsy, it's only because I'm
wherever you go, we need
at the
to hear
moment.
from you.
I'm
Not
loco.
you, Ollie. Sorry. You'll get your instructions soon on what to do. Authorised by the Australian Bureau of Statistics, Canberra.
Give me an X. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Ultimate Collection. 2,000 songs. $50 bucks? That's actually so bad. I can go on YouTube and do the similar thing for free. Girl, Grow up. That's so bad. No, I'm not putting that on Thorin. That is not worth it. We can do that for free, guys. We're not giving them my money. Our money.
People from every walk of life. People who take the bus. People who need healthcare. And people who play sport. Whoever you are.
Toilet paper
wherever
hog.
you go, we need to hear from you. Not you, Ollie. Sorry. You'll get
Random
your
question,
instructions
guys,
soon
but
on
you
what
think,
to
do you think Mia's been cremated yet or what?
Bureau of Statistics
Like, what's taking so long? Or is she in like a fridge?
Scopri House Alert. Ideato per inviare messaggi d'allerta in caso
Where
di
is she?
emergenza.
Took a few days.
Nell'ambito del lancio nazionale del sistema, invieremo un messaggio.
You know what I was thinking last night? And I'm only... 1 second. Oh, I know this. I know this. I just forget how it went. I want to hear this. Welcome to the new age, the new age. Welcome to the new age, the new. Does he say that? Oh, radioactive, radioactive. Oh, 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 radioactive. Oh, it's so quiet in my house. All right. No, true Hoobsy, because here's the thing, guys, and I mean this in like the most positive way possible. I couldn't sleep the other night, and my eye shot open, and I was like, where is she right now? Like, where is she? Where's my cat? Like, I know I'm not angry at them at all, but I was just thinking, like, where is she right now? You know, where's my gal? Not Sharon Nobe. Oh my god. 2 billion. This has to be a big song then. Wait. Oh, I know this. Play it again. Oh, I know this. Wait. Me, señorita. I did it when you told me, bonita. Yep. What's her name? Sen. Yeah. Miss Piggy. Oh, easy. Boom, boom. Oh, baby, ooh, like, baby, no, like, baby, no, thought you always be my. You know what's crazy is this is the biggest clue here, the 3.6 billion. Infant's crazy. The confidence. I know, awkward. I know this as well. I know this. Oh, I know this. Wait. Hold. Oh. Oh, I know this. Wait. Oh. Is it Living on a Prayer? Yep. 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 We gotta hold on. Ready or not. You got. Whoa! Living on a prayer. Take my hand. And make it, I swear. Oh. Oh, I know this. I know this. This is so stupid. Wake me up when it's all over. When I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I've been finding myself, and I didn't know I was lost. Good song. 2013 is a big clue for me because this was all the rash. I love this one. You hit that. Oh my god, thanks. So Sheila's crying right now. She doesn't know why. Wait, sorry, Sheila. Wait, is that a lyric in it? See. Wait. Oh, Max, I'm so sorry. Good morning. Wait, what is Sammy crying? Where's Sammy? Okay, Henry. Oh, okay, sorry. I was like, I'm scared. Oh, what is that? We know this. Oh, yes. I'm such a winning day. What? Nice. Oh, what a banger and mash. Oh my god, Jeffy. Wait, Jeffy. Jeffy, that photo of you in Discord, I know you're next to a friend, but for a split second, it looked like her hair was your hair. So you just look like this cool beachy dude. And I was like, when did you have long hair, babe? Did you get a lace front wig? Looks so good. Oh, wait, what? Henry, what is this? Did you gift me something? I have to create an account for Bandle. Whose idea was this for me to play this game? Because we are so far gone now. Henry. Was it you, Cammy? Or Joe? Both at the same time? Oh. Wait. Oh. No. Wait. Henry. Oh my god. We have every pack. We'll complete this in a week. Henry, I didn't know you could gift things. What the? You can gift? Guys, lock in. I know what we're playing before my sponsor tomorrow. Thank you so much. Oh, that is very sweet. Thank you. What the hell? That is so sneaky. I didn't know you could even do that. Oh my god. We have expert challenge. Easy, guys. Easy. We're experts. Henry. Thank you so much. I'm just gonna go get some water. You're very naughty. What the hell? Only... Oh, wait. We have 2,000... We have so many. Oh god, thank you. Wait, what? No. Show him who's boss. Show him who's boss. Okay, 1 second. Lock in. Lock the hell in. Put it down! Wait, was my GPU spiking randomly? That's so funny. Do I have any games open? Why is my thing... Put Joey down. Damn it. Alright guys, lock in. Alright. Expert challenge. Ooh. Ooh. Should we do least played all songs? Like all songs or least played? All songs? Least played? Doesn't matter, right? All songs? All songs. I just feel like that's right, you know? $19.91. Ooh. I do know this. Oh, I know this. Hold. Oh. Oh, we know this. Good night, Abby. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, Matt. You too, doll. I gotta go make dinner soon. Rockin' and rollin'? Wait, hold. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, guys, we know this. What's this song called? Oh. Guys, it's actually crazy. I know this. Oh, shoot. We know this, guys. We know this. It's the end bit. The fucking vocals. Oh, get a clue. Do not weep. Oh. All right, what was it? Don't cry, Guns N' Roses. Oh, we were right with Guns N' Roses. Okay. That's all right. That's all right. We come back. We come back strong. We come back strong. Didn't we already do this one? Exactly. $1980. Okay, we definitely have listened to this. Oh. Oh. I know it. I know it. Wait. I know it. I know. You gotta lock in. Oh. Guys, it's lit. Is that 80 though? Guys. Oh. Beef. Yes. Lost without you. Oh, mamma mia. Nice, nice, nice. Huge plays in the arena. $2002, 1.5 billion. Kaylin! How are you? We're vibing, Caitlin. I actually wasn't meant to go live today, and then I was like, fuck it. I want some company. And then we've just done random shit today. Stone autosave, maybe? Like, wait, how about this? We'll know it after this one. Check this out. Linkin Park? You were right. Which one? Like a stone? Nice! I actually don't remember that one. Nice. You're right. Both of you. Midnight Oil. Because I got high. Because I got high. Because I got high. No, wait. Maybe I'm wrong. I was gonna be in my room because I got high. Wait, is it because I got high? What is it called? No Scrubs? Wait, I want to listen to this. Oh, this is a diva song. Yeah, yeah. Oh! Is it Mary J? Blow Your Mind? Glory. Miss. Oh. Which one is it? Let me blow. Let me blow your mind. Yes. Yeah. 1998. Oh, we know this. Oh, guys, we got this. Yeah, we got this. Ooh. Oh, it stopped at the good bit. I know this song. Make Me Over. Which one? Courtney Love. Oh, Celebrity Skin. Nice. Right. Thank you for the sub. Oh, I know this. Social 91.
Unsocial side just subscribed.
We've had
91 months.
90
well
plus
done. Ain't
resubs
that a few
today.
months under the belt? Sending you well wishes, Carls. Much
Thank you,
love as
doll.
always. Less than 3.
How are you? I appreciate that. Thank you so much. You're the best. How are you? Oh my god. I know this, by the way. I know this. Oh. No, guys. Lost. Yes. Lost in it all. Do. Yeah, nice, guys, nice. Oh, I know this. Stop it. Oh. Oh, I hate it. I want to hit the piano. Is it Don't Wanna Close My Eyes? No, it's not. Sorry. I'm doing the strings. I don't care. Oh, is it James Blunt? Oh, yeah, it is. Goodbye, my lover. Goodbye, my friend. Friend. Yes, good. Nice, guys. Oh, oh, yeah. Give me bass. Is it New Love? New Rules? Oh. Oh. Is it Despacito? Despacito. What? Is it Enrique? Oh, yes. Nice, nice, nice. God, you're good. All right, guys, here's my time to shine. 2019. Here we go. Here we go. 7 years ago. That's crazy. What the hell? I know this. Oh, yeah. Oh. No, this is the... Supper... This is just the hardest ones. But we have a pack for everyone, really. This one was just the hardest songs. I don't know. By the way, I want to tell you a story. Now, this story doesn't need to be told. I'm fully aware of it, but I want to tell you it anyway because I feel like we've all been in this position, either side of it. So, picture this. I have a tummy ache yesterday. Probably a combination of, you know, Aunt Flo, sad, anxiety, eating my feelings, whatever. We get into bed. It's pretty late. We turn the light off. Good night. Roll over. And probably like 2 minutes into rolling over, I do a silent and now I'm aware deadly toot. Now, I knew it'd be deadly you just know when it leaves you. You're like, oh, my bad. My bad. And I was like, okay, you know what? Yes, there's a fan to the right of me. Yes, it's probably blowing it in their direction, but maybe not. Maybe it's trapped on my side. And then I hear Reese go, did you fart? I'm like, no. And then I get a whiff. I get a whiff. It's really bad. It's like the 1 in a million farts you do that it's really bad. And I go, no? He goes, you farted. I'm like, I didn't. And he goes, you did. Smell it. I could smell it. I'm like, I didn't. It's like, you did. And then I turn the light on and I strip the quilt. He's lying there in his undies. I strip the quilt off the bed and I'm doing this. And I run to get spray, like perfume, and I'm just spraying the air. I was like, I did! I'm sorry! I didn't think it would smell! And then that was going in his eyes, because it's perfume just being sprayed left. So he's like, I can still smell it! I'm sorry! And then we went back to sleep. Yeah. That was it. Jose. Yeah. I wish you saw it. Like, if you were like a fly on the wall, you would have loved it. So I had an upset tummy last night. But everything's all good now. It was only one. It was only 1, 2. It was bad. Hi, Mikey. How are you? Hi, Gamer. Yeah, exactly. He lost 2 senses. If we were a fly on the wall, you'd be dead. Yeah. Tummy ache survivor, I know. And I hate that too, because you don't ever like... I don't do those bad... You know, okay, guys. As humans, we can all agree that when you fart and it has a smell, there's like 3 degrees to a fart. The first is barely there. Or nothing, right? The second is you smell it and you go, that's a fart, but you're not like, you know what I mean? Like your fart is your product, right? So like your fart that you smell, if it's a level 2, it's a fart, but it's like, okay, that's fine. You're not like, yes, but you're not like, bleh. Like it's just a normal fart. Then 3 is you're sick, which is the one I did last night, which is the one that could kill a village. But usually I'm about a 1 and then maybe a sprinkle of 2, but never a 3. The last time I dropped a 3 was when I was at that fighting show and there was all these like metalheads around me and I dropped it. And it smelled so bad that I had to act. Well, I didn't have to act, but I had to like put it on and be like, can you smell that? And it is true, whoever smelt it dealt it. It is short people say. Oh, good, Mikey. And then I did confess that, but I said, hey, I only did 1 because a few other people dropped 1. And I was like, I only did 1. That 1 was me, 1 and done. I am Kaylee, but I swear to you, when in Rome, but I swear to you, I probably do those. Actually, not very often. Not very often. No, I'm usually a 1. Usually it's barely there. Because here's the thing. I get it from Mum. She does really large cartoon farts, never any smell. I wish I could study that in a lab. Well, if everyone was dropping 1. But anyway, that's happened last night. I really didn't think it would smell, and it did. I felt really bad. And then when the light went out, after like a couple minutes, it was like, I can still smell it. What's that, sweetie? Can't hear you. Ta-ta. Jeffy. Oh, the one where... Wait. Fiber maxing. Mm-hmm. It was more than a Dutch oven. I forget what he said, but we called it something else. Oh, Tammy. Sorry about me, Dutch furnace. I think we said... Oh, I think I called it a cremation. VIP Mum has that. My sister used to Dutch oven me all the time. She honestly low-key was a bully. She would give me you know what a cupcake is? If you don't know, a cupcake is when you fart into your hand and then do that to someone. I've never given someone a cupcake because here's the thing. I think farts can be funny, but I don't believe in fart violence. Oh, Cammy, what the fuck? Kaylee! Hello, doll. Because she would sit on me, and my sister would sit on me and fart. And I was like half her age. And when Mum was at work, she would... I've been farted on so many times. There's other things she's done that I can't even say because I feel like it goes beyond... It's honestly foul. I don't know if I can even say it. Even though we don't talk anymore, so I could technically air it out. But... I don't know what was wrong with her. It's really bad. It's really bad. I need to consent the Dutch cremation beforehand. I know. Usually I do run away to fart, but I just dropped a sneaky one because I was like, maybe he fell asleep in a minute. You know? Hope someone changes user to fart violence. True. True. Anyway. Guys, what a night we've had. Wait, Sully, new username? New username check. Yeah, I think I like Jazz with Rain when I do dailies. You can lock in a bit more. Okay. I can't believe we have this. I'm so excited. What is this, by the way? Oh, is this other puzzles? Chain it, emote it, snake it, flood it, word it, flip it. Wow. I can't believe we got type circuit too. Did I already... Oh, I gotta put this in daily slop. Yes, she is. She's taller. Mum and I are the shortest in the fam, for sure. Oh my god. Contexto can suck my... Don't worry about it. It can be really rude. She is bigger than me, but I'm the bigger person. No, but, yeah. I don't know. Funniest fart joke. Have I seen this? Okay. What is this? I'm nervous. Beans. Okay, let's see.
Fellas, time to hit the hay. Knock it off.
Game's not over yet.
Pick it up tomorrow. Hey, man, heads up, man. I'm about to fight hot Frito pie, man. Give me the ball, damn it. There.
Oh. There.
I don't think I've seen a lot of this as an adult. Is it good?
Bill, that was my only pair of glasses.
Dang it, Hank, that was
Hi,
our only
Puffin.
ball.
How are you? Hot pie.
Hey, man, there was dang old scarfing on that, man.
Wait, hear me out.
And it'll match your ass when I'm done kicking it. Get down here. I'm gonna... No fire, Hank. Yeah.
Wait, hear me out. This guy on the left, just let me say something. I need you to understand something. Now, no, don't say no. Don't say no. Don't say no. Guys. Why do you go ass first like that? Let's simmer it. Let's simmer it. Let's just wait. The gunshots.
Good night. Are you guys playing with that busted ball now? Ah!
I got bad news, man. Chet Elderson died. Natural causes.
Oh, man, what a shame. Bummer, man.
Very sad.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Me last night. What the fuck? Truly me last night. Listen, Axel. Who's to say? Who is to really say these days? Where's my music? There we go. What was I gonna say? I feel like I wanted to show. Oh, I wanted to show you something. Is it in my? I saved this off stream. Bandle 24/7. Oh my god. Imagine playing Bandle until like for 24 hours. Is it watch later? I sent it to Jeffy. I was like, we need to show stream this. Liked video? Oh, here it is. Mariah Carey, but she slipped on some ice while singing.
Don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing
Dilf talk.
I need. I don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree. I just want you for my own. More than you
Hi, Nye.
ever know. Make my wish come true. All I want for Christmas is you.
Botched circumcision. Is that an ambulance? Mariah? Put this on the Xmas playlist and see how long it takes for someone to notice. I like her. She looks really nice. Did she get in? Okay. Then I saw another one before. Where was it? It was... All I want for Christmas is you, but every chord changes a metal pipe falling sound.
Don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need. I don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree.
Oh. No. No. Okay, cleanse.
Let's go.
Okay, cool. Mariah Carey, but a car crashed into the studio. Mikey!
Don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need. I don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree.
This engine!
I just want you for my own, more than you could
Mariah.
ever know.
Mariah, look out!
Make my wish come true. All I want for Christmas.
Mariah, look out! So many! What the hell? Hi, Brit! Radiohead Creep, but it's All I Want for Christmas Is You by Mariah Carey. Yeah, where was your studio? Botch would kill. Oh, true. Hi, Ali. Okay, wait, Billie Jean, but I ruined it. Sorry, I know you're doing circles on it, but I was so curious. Hi, Erica. Chop suey, but everything's a table. I'm too curious. All right, surely this is a good one. I wish I could play music real good. Mikey, make it. But don't.
Self-righteous. I cry when tables deserve to die.
There's a yes. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Any more Mariah Carey? Cat drinking dark matter loudly. I used to love that video. What the hell is that? Oh, I fucked my page. I have actually screwed my page doing these memes. Girl, what the hell is that video? I'm scared. I'm actually scared. What the fuck is that? I'm actually scared about my page now. Biggest, loudest. What? Was there? Oh, okay. Puffin, I didn't know you can turn it off. Oh my god, my favorite video of all time. Yes, 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 Jeffy, yes. Yes, Jeffy, yes, yes, yes. Oh. Oh, babe. Okay. Oh, no. Okay, I want any DBD knowers. No, Pink. I need to show you something. So, I found this ASMR channel a few years ago. And it is literally Jeff Johansson Heals You Dead by Daylight ASMR. Now, I will be skimming through it. I've watched this a few times on stream. But it is the funniest thing ever because it's fucked. Like, it's just so... It's ridiculous. It's whatever. It's 49 minutes long. We won't be watching that.
Just a second. All right. I think we're safe. I don't hear the killer's heartbeat or terror radius, so...
Hi, Evan.
Oh, man, looks like you're pretty banged up there. Some really deep wounds.
So, this goes on for 49 minutes, right? He's doing, yeah, this is Jeff Johansson Heals You Dead by Daylight ASMR, right? So I'm going to just forward it and see where he's up to. Because he's meant to be healing me.
But yeah, this place used to be run by some crazy doctor, Professor Clemens. Yeah. And there was a plague doctor, all kinds of strange, weird doctors, and they would perform a lot of strange experiments here, and there's a whole history to it. But anyway.
Imagine you're bleeding out, and this is who's helping you.
Gotta get you patched up. So, let's see what we got. Examination gloves. Probably should put these on. That way I don't get, you know, your wounds infected there or anything like that. You got the killers who slug you, you know? They down you. You know, there's just two of you left. They down you, and they try to, you know, search the area for the other survivor to down them so they can get their 4 kills, you know? Now, what are you gonna do? All right, this is good. You got that. Here you go. All right.
I bled out, Cobra. I know.
Some bobby pins. I don't know if we're gonna need those.
Safety pin.
I need to get.
Okay, let's skip. Maybe he heals me soon.
Yeah, me neither. Thought maybe waiting for my, you know, the hairs on the back of my neck to stand up. Let me know the killer is looking in my direction, but yeah, I'm not running that perk. What about you?
Yeah, Jeffy.
You said you're not. So.
Okay, so he's still going. Let's fast forward. Let's see.
Fought a lot. Eventually got divorced. But that's a story we can talk about another time, maybe around the campfire.
Why is he talking about his divorce?
Whether or not we survive this trial.
Liz, it's Dead by Daylight ASMR, but I'm skimming through it because it's ridiculous. Yeah, Kiri, put me back on the hook.
we'll end up there anyway. Okay. Ruin. And I can't stand that. You know, I'm not really good at the great skill checks at all. Yeah, that's probably from drinking, you know, a lot, which can't really do that anymore, you know, here. But,
Mikey, have a good day, doll.
cotton
I'll see you
swabs.
later.
But, yeah, I got into a fight at a concert back when I lived in Ormond, Alberta. Almost lost my eyesight, but this might work. And this is the triangular bandage. This would be good for your head. We'll put that on last. Okay. Alright, let's get these wounds. This adhesive,
He still hasn't put my thing on. Yeah, it is actually a very satisfying med kit. I'll give him that.
arm and around and alrighty then. I like to.
No sense of urgency, but look at this, guys. Look at this. I've looked at this before. Videos popular. There's a lot here. The Plague Doctor Cure ASMR. Face painting by Bob Ross ASMR. He does a bubble one as well. Dark Souls. ASMR for... Ooh, that might be fun for me. Relax with the Entity. He does I haven't even gone down. Sitting in the rain for ASMR relaxation and sleep. Where's the Bubba one? He does Bubba. Sculpting you. Holiday shopping at the Nothing Store. Relax with Arthur Morgan.
Myself. If it were up to me, if I could get Dutch, head out back west. Well, that's where I'd like to put my feet up the rest of my days.
Girl. Wait. Where was the busted by a mall cop? What?
Now I'm going to need to have you remain seated, and I'll be with you in just a moment. Attention all units. Attention all units. This is Officer Murray. I have a shoplifting suspect
I did not.
in custody.
Hi, Stace.
And we'll need someone
How are
to
you, doll?
cover my patrol. Over. Attention all units. This is Officer Murray again. If someone could also stop by Super Burger.
Girl. ASMR at gunpoint? What the? Oh, this is the one, guys. This is Relax with Leatherface. Can you imagine, just for a second, the deliveries he would get for his props? This is ASMR with Bubba, Stace? He has Grandpa in the background. No, not Claudette. Oh no. Oh, not the DBD law. Why is it a sausage? Why is it anything? True. Oh, is this the Lint Cafe? Oh, wow. I remember that. Okay, sorry. Let's eat slow cooker pot roast. Wow, he really does a lot of ASMR, doesn't he? Oh, what is this cat? Kitty! Oh yeah. This is what it's all about.
Oh,
get off him!
Get off.
Oh.
You can't jump around, buddy.
Oh, kitty.
Yeah, no jumping.
Oh. Oh.
Kitty.
Okay. Oh, okay. You know what I was thinking the other day? I was thinking something that I really miss about Mimi's is she never bit me or scratched me or like hissed at me, anything. I love that. I could literally, she would never bite me, never swipe me. I was like, oh, I just wish I could do that one more time. Like I could put my face on her belly and sniff it if I wanted to, and she'd be like, sick. Ugh, what a cutie. To get my giggling going. Ooh, Azalea, hello. Yeah, I also like, cats are cats, you know, they can play and stuff, but she was just like, yeah, she was a lover girl cat. She just never did that.
Yep, okay.
Kitty. I was looking at cats the other day. I'm not gonna get a cat. It's okay. I just like looking at the listings. And if you didn't hear at the start of the stream, I saw a cat called Mimi, but it was M-E-M-E, and it was a little tabby, and it was so cute. I'll see if I can find it.
Okay.
It was adorable.
What do you think? You want to go out in the snow? Oh.
Oh, wobbly.
Arthur. Literally, you've been following me around shouting at me.
Oh my god.
What do you want?
What the hell, Stace? Oh my god, British cat. Hi, Lucinda as well. If I've missed you, hello. Oh, I love me and Axel's cat. I love kitties. Mia was like this too. Mia was really good with kids, and I totally get if a cat or dog isn't. you know, they're like patting you and they're getting too excited. But Mia would just be like, okay, sure. So cute. Oh, honey. I want to see if I can show you, not this. I want to see if I can. I have to skedaddle soon. Here I was going, I'm going to do a little stream. Hi, Pixie. How are you, doll? Today's stream's been fun. I will say that. Let me see if I can find that cat. Let me see if I can find this cat. Is it? Oh, it's this one. Yeah. Let me see if I can show you this cat that I saw. They're so cute. They're so cute. Oh my god. Ninja Poo Poo. Hi, little poopy. Everyone's so cute. There was this cat. Oh, socks. Oh, Simba's oh my god, they're all so cute. Stop it. They're all so cute. Let me see if I can find this, I know. Oh, look at Miss Smooch. Oh, look at Mimi. This is Mimi, guys. Look. Ah, look. Mimi. Nearly 2 years old. Playful, affectionate, curious about everything around me. I love silent nap, gentle pets, a good feather. I'm house trained and enjoy quiet cuddle sessions of her and you to have mood. Cute. I know. What a gorgeous girl. I know, Em. I know. So cute. So cute. And then also Miss Smooch. Look at Miss Smooch, guys. Oh my god. Look at Miss Smooch. Oh my god. Miss Smooch. Oh my god. She looks like a bitch. Affectionate, real. Oh. Ah. They're all so beautiful. There's also a bonded pair as well. Pastitzi! Oh, honey. Poor Pastitzi. Gray. 4 years old. Maltese cat. Gigi. Oh. Oh, honey. No, Pastitzi. Yeah, I want a bonded pair. Cheeky. Juniper. Oh my god. Abby. Oh, Elle. They're all so beautiful. Like, it's so hard. They're so beautiful. Like, all of them are so perfect. Look at Thunder. Cleo looks like your cat. Yes, she does. Buddy. Thunder stands up. Oh, look at Chief. Perry looks like an old cat. Oh my god, Chief. I know, Nye, I know. But I got Mimi from a shelter. Lady Di! Oh, what a cutie. What a fluffy girl. Aww. Yeah. Aww. A lot of these are in fosters right now. foster homes. So they're with the family right now, which is nice. Puffin. Wait, did I miss one? Nancy. Wait, hold. I'll make a donation. Guys, I wanted to do a charity stream soon. This one? Yeah, good night, Beef. I appreciate you. Mustache Cat. Aww. What a cutie. Guys, I want to do a charity stream soon on behalf of Mimi. And looks like we can make a donation here, which is cool. Huffin! Pussy tussin'! Pussy tussin'! Excuse me? Thank you. You don't have to do that.
Puffin has gifted 5 subs.
That's really
Naughty
sweet.
boy.
Thank you. If you were gifted a sub, please say thank you. That's very lovely. You said donation stream. We got excited. Thank you, doll. I reckon I'll do it August. I should get back on my feetsies after my Mimi girls. And then I want to be able to, maybe when I get my sponsor money, I want to be able to donate with you guys. So probably next month I'll do it. Maybe I'll do it to a couple, like for a couple of welfare leagues in my country, because this one's cool, because this goes to empowering animal inspectors to save abandoned, neglected animals, providing essential medical care and life-saving surgeries, ongoing training, rehabilitation, and care for animals at our shelter. That sounds fun. I like that. I would like to adopt again. However, Reese has a kitty, a 10-year-old kitty. So I've already talked to him about it. I was like, in the future, I would love to adopt a kitty. And see how they get on together. I don't have a problem. I reckon Mimi would have gotten along with her. But also, you know, she might want a boy instead of a girl. Or I just got to figure out the best road to go down to. Because I would love to get a kitty. Very much so. Yeah, Puffin, exactly. So, we'll see. But I definitely will adopt. Honestly, I would love to adopt a bonded pair. I would love to adopt. I saw some brothers, so 2 brothers on here that I don't mind, Liz. I honestly don't mind, but honestly, I wouldn't mind a bonded pair of tabbies. I love tabbies so much. But it doesn't have to be tabbies either. 5 cats. Honestly, if I had a bigger place, like say if I was in a house and I had an automatic, because I know Chris has 6 cats and an automatic cat litter, which helps a lot. I'm alright, Puffin. I miss my girl, of course. I miss her so much, but yeah. One up him, imagine. Aww. Aww, Irene, that's so cute. I love that. I love that. Very cute. Yeah, I would love another kitty in the future. But I also know I found an animal. I also know that oh, doggies. Oh. Oh. Cuties. Oh, Captain Willow. Thanks, Irene. I know. I'm very lucky that she was so loved, honestly. I know. I honestly, like, I know 14 years was, I'm really lucky to have gotten 14 years with her. But I'm also, like, still a little bit like, because if it wasn't for the unfortunate thing of her getting cancer, she was honestly, she didn't look 14. She was incredibly healthy. And honestly, I think she would have made it to 20. Which I would have loved. But also, like, 14 years, I'm grateful for that, you know? I am grateful for that. I have to be grateful. But, yeah, I just wish she was still here. Because what the hell? Aww. everyone's happy. Oh, Eric, fingers crossed. I'm sorry to hear that. No. No. Reese has had Kit Kat, I think, 10 years. She's 10 years old. Yeah. But yeah, I want to do a donation. Sorry, charity stream. I reckon I'll donate to a couple places. I think this one as well, because they're doing good work, and then I'll find another place as well. Baby. Yeah. I'll wait until my sponsor comes through, and then obviously a portion of it I will contribute to our community thingy, my bobby. Oh, Hannah. No. Oh, that's heartbreaking. Liz. When does Crispy get back? Surely he's back soon, right? What time is it? Mountain time right now? Oh, he's back in like 3 hours. Okay. He hit his goal. So proud of him. Yeah, I don't want to rush into getting a new animal for many reasons, obviously. The obvious ones. I think so. Oh, I think he sees partner. He sees his partner plus goal. I can see in like the July goal, but I don't know if there was another goal. I could be wrong. But also on the off chance I end up moving in a couple months, then it's not a good idea to get a cat now anyway. But I'm not getting a cat. I just really would love another kitty. I just feel like I am a girl that's meant to have a cat. You know what I mean? And where is that cat? You know what I mean? Like, where does she go? Don't leave me. I'm catless. Like, Mimi was my right-hand gal. Bombastic side eye. Here's the thing. Here's the announcement. There's no announcement. Literally nothing's happening. But we were talking about my lease ends in September, but last time, I don't know if he wants to, like, if my landlord wants to take it over, or I don't know if I'll get offered another lease anyway, but usually the poo pants are on. Usually they offer another contract, or like if I go month to month, whatever. But we're talking, and because his rent week to week is honestly I think 100 less than what I pay. So if we lived together at his place for a little bit and saved money, we would save so much money because it would be extremely cheap, and like literally the cheapest rent we would ever be able to get. Like, this would be the only time that we would get rent this cheap. The only thing about it, which is fine, is I just won't have an office, but I could still make it look cute, with the trade-off being I'm saving a lot of money to get a better house together. So it'd be like an investment, you know? It'd be like, not the most ideal thing. I could green screen this office. Not ideal, but we can make it work. You know what I mean? Fair, Liz, fair. I think Inna M. I think. Yeah, And I could have a cute little nook. Wait, cute. Scarlett's so cute. So yeah, we're thinking, I think it's Inner. Is Ryde Inner? It's near there, not in Ryde, but it's like around Ryde. Is it Inner? I don't know where Sydney is. I don't know Sydney things. I'm not good with things. It is nice, yeah. So we're thinking about it. We're talking about it because if we do this, it's basically like, all right, we'll make this work for 6 months to a year, max a year. And then we would have saved enough money. Hell yeah. Then get a bigger place. Because the thing is, we're together 3 to 4 days out of the week. Roughly. Usually. So if we decide to do that, it makes sense. Because we're just, you know what I mean? Like, it just makes sense. But at the same time, we might come to a conclusion where we go, you know what? Let's wait a couple more months, you know? But I think we're both pretty set on it. But I don't know. I think we'll make the decision probably next month, because if my lease ends September, I would like a head start to like get things cooking. But again, I don't know. But I'm happy for either choice we make. We'll move in together next year anyway. But if we decide to do it early and save some money, then we do that. You know? Yeah, exactly, Cammy. Exactly. Exactly right. Yeah, Liz. So that's the other thing. Either we stay in our current situation until like middle of next year when his lease ends, or we experience the extremely cheap rent that we will never experience ever again for a few months and just save money. I don't know. But yeah, Stace, that'll be fun. Yeah, no. Well, we honestly, like, technically, I guess we do. Like, we have been since Mimi's been sick, especially. Like, it's been 4 to 5 days, really. Thank you, Joe. You're amazing. I appreciate you. Get a good rest, all. Konami. Wait, you only learned 3 days ago? Oh. Well, there you go. Imagine 3 days. But anyway. Who's to say? Who's to say, doll? I'm easy. You know what? This is the slowest I've gone, actually. Which is kind of cute. My, I'd call it my COVID boyfriend, really. Guys. During COVID. I mean, I already knew him. But during COVID, he basically... We made it official really quick. We said I love you really quick. And he was living with me like 2 weeks. 2 weeks in, I think. And then we just never stopped living together. And then after COVID stopped, we just weren't right for each other. But it wasn't a negative thing. Like, I don't look at that relationship as a negative thing. I think, you know, it was an okay experience. This is my COVID boyfriend, Puffin. Honestly, Liz, we were quite slow. I would say 7 months, which is the longest I've ever gone, actually. 7 months. But it was kind of nice, actually, because as much as like we took things slow, it wasn't like I met his family on Christmas a month into dating. You know? Like, if I think back, I'm like, okay, we did a lot of things fast, but a lot of good things slow. You know what I mean? Yeah, art. Real. You said it first. Technically me, but it was an accident. Because I'm very much a very, like, loving person. So, it's very easy for me to be like, I love you! Like, I say that a lot. I say that every day to everyone. Like, I say that. I could meet you for 5 minutes. And be like, alright, bye, love you. Like, I am very much a lover girl, right? So, I said it actually... accidentally. I was walking into the airport. That's not true, Em. I was walking into the airport. He dropped me at the airport to go to Japan. And we were just like saying goodbye. I'm like, bye, I love you. And I was like, oh. And then I ran away. Not true. I didn't say that. And then, yeah, I know, Liz. And then I was like, oh my god, why did I say that? Oh my god. And then we just said it. Because what we would say for a very long time prior to saying I love you is we would say I like you. We would say that as our I love you. So, yeah. I have butterflies in my pussy. Kevin, I said I adore you. Yeah, so we would say everything other but the word. Because it was like, you know what I mean? You don't want to, like, you're like, oh, I don't know. But that's the thing. I'm very much a words affirmation person. And I, like, even though I know someone likes me, I still like reading things. I could literally know. I just like reading things, hearing things a lot. I like it, you know? Yeah. I skedaddled, Liz. I was embarrassed. Yeah, you're right, I guess. But yeah, I'm a words girly, and he's very much like he's not a words boy, but he has always tried for me, like try to get into like a habit. Because if you look at our texting or our communication styles at the start of when we first talking to now, like he's really put in a lot of effort. Yeah, it's cute. But he's definitely like acts of service, quality time. So I can like, you can see through actions how much he loves me more than words, if that makes sense. Like you can you know what I mean? I think he's Pisces. Yeah, he's Pisces. We met on Hinge, actually. I was so over dating and I wasn't going to date because I was like, fuck that. No, not doing it. And then I was at PAX, and for some reason when I was in Melbourne, he popped up on my Hinge. But he wasn't in Melbourne, he was in Sydney. I don't know why. Maybe it was like still logged into Sydney, kind of. Everyone's horoscope. Oh, Jared, nice. Bye, Liz. And then I hadn't gone on a date with anyone. Actually, prior to me swiping Reese, there was someone that I matched with, and I didn't notice on his page that he said he has kids, which I will admit, like, I haven't really thought of what it would be like dating someone with kids. Like, I don't think I could do that just yet. Thankfully, Reese and I both don't have kids, so it's all good. But this person has kids, and he was a truck driver, and I didn't notice on his page it said smoker as well, which again, I guess I wouldn't mind, but like, you know, I had to see how much he smoked. Like, I was asking him questions. I was like, how much do you smoke? This guy smoked, because he is a truck driver, he told me he smoked like 2 to 3 packs a day. I was like, oh, I don't know if I can look past. Like, for me personally, I was like, that's a lot. Like I've seen what that does to someone firsthand. And I think he was like, let's FaceTime. I'm like, I don't want to FaceTime, but like, we can have a quick call. You know, we'll see if we vibe. And the call was just not good. It was like, it lasted a couple minutes. I was cringing the whole time. He was like, I forget what he said, but he said something about his ex. Oh, that's what it was. Again, not judging because everyone's story is different. But he told me, so he had 2 kids. And I think one was like 2 and one was 6 months. And they were both different women. And again, I'm not judging because my sisters and I have a different dad. So like, I'm not judging that. But the way he spoke about the baby mamas, I forget what he said, but it was like red flaggy. The way he spoke about, there was just a lot. And I was like, ah! And I literally just was like, I gotta go. And I was like, I'm not dating. Yeah, exactly, Stace. I was like, I'm not dating. I don't want to do this. I'm not doing it. And I literally, yeah, I'm like, no, I'm not doing this. So I literally just stopped. I was like, I can't. Not doing this, not dating. And then I came home late at night after wherever I was, and I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna swipe on Hinge, fuck it. And Reese came up, and he had a funny profile, and he had like, if you're Australian, you know these references, but in his bio, it was like Arnie Donna, Hamish and Andy. There was like another comedian that I like. Oh, was it Carl Barron? I don't know. He had all the comedians that I liked. And I was like, oh, that's cool. Hell yeah. And we matched. Or no, I think he commented. Yeah, we matched. He commented on my Pokemon cards. And then I, straight up, if you know Arnie Donna, you know this reference. If you don't, it's going to be very confusing for you. But I sent him a voice memo. And I was like, oh yeah, Christmas party, a little bit of Christmas egg. That's literally what I sent him. I just sent him an inside joke from one of the skits. If you know it, you know it. If you don't, you don't. Yeah, no, basically. And I sent him that because I was at the point where I was like, if he is turned off by that, I don't care. I can't be bothered. And then he liked that, and we were just chatting. But I was at PAX, so I was really slow on my replies. But we still chatted. And when I got back from PAX, we arranged a date. And that was it. It was the first person I went out with on Hinge. Because I was honestly not interested. I was like, I can't do this. I cannot do this. But then we had our first date at Reno, and it was really good and fun. I would like a date. And then I think we went on like, what is super liked? Oh my god, super liked. Hi Aaron, how are you? And then I think we had like, we went from like 1 date a week to like 2 dates a week. I think we went on like 7 or 8 of like dates. I think we dated for like a month, like going on like heaps of dates before we made it official. Yeah. Hi James. How do we get into this? Oh, I was talking about how I might be moving, but like it's literally not. It was just spoken about as a maybe. It's not like a fully thing. 2 then turned to 5 dates a day. Yeah, our dates were quite long actually. We once had a date that started at 2 p.m. and it ended at 4 a.m. So we had long dates. Good times. But anywho, guys, 5-hour stream. I'm so proud of myself. I was feeling so shitty earlier that I was like, there's no way I can stream. And I thought I'd only do an hour. Yay. Thank you for being so like easy breezy and fun with like just chatting streams at the moment. I just love doing it. They've just been so nice, I think. By what point does it change from a date? Yeah, Jam, so that's what I did. This was actually a date because we weren't at each other's place yet. So we're taking that a bit slow. But then I was like, we should count every date. And then I would like count every time he was over at my place. And I think I got to 20 and I just couldn't stop. I was like, I can't keep up with this. But a date for me is like intentional. So if you're like, all right, let's have a movie date. Let's get some snacks. That's a date. Let's have a date lunch, a date day. But then other things, you know, it's just hanging out. But I like intentional dates. If we name something as a date, it's a date. But a date could be literally like a nap date. I don't care. Let's have a nap. Wait, Stace, that's so cute. Stace, that's adorable. I love that. I love it. Oh my god, Konami. How's work going? Did that thing where I turn your stream on in my sleep and it's honestly a what? How do you do that? A lesson in showing up for yourself even when you think you can't. True. Oh my god, true. Did you even know what DBD was? Oh my god. Okay, cuties. What time is it even? I need to make dinner. It's 9! Oh, shit. I have stream in the morning. I need to make dinner. Maybe I make pasta tonight. Maybe it's a pasta night. Oh, 2 hours left? Oh, easy breezy beautiful cover girl. Tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow, I will be streaming before my sponsor. I do have one more 1 hour KFC sponsor segment. That's at 10 p.m. Eastern or 12 p.m. my time. But before then, I want to go live and do something. Oh, chili, yes. Wait, what dinner did you make, Cammy? For me, my latest dinner in years. I know, I don't eat at 9. That's so cute, Stace. What the hell? Do you like my keyboard? It's pink. Yeah, we'll do Bandle. We'll do dailies. We'll do Bandle. We'll do a bit of Mecca before the sponsorship starts as well to get into a groove. So update your Mecca, but I just want to see something because I know there's going to be more. There's another map! Guys, are they kidding? Another map just came out tonight. Greece. That's crazy. Okay, there's Greece and Burger thing. Japan time, 3 a.m. Okay, so the server maintenance will be 1 a.m. for me. Okay, perfect. I'll be asleep. Oh my god, there's... Yay! Okay, cool. We have new maps to see. And then also, let's workshop. What else is there for me? Updated. Roblox, train... Old school! Lumbridge. Oh my god. Subscribe. Not Greece the movie. Oh my god, that's so cute. Let's go to Greece. Hi, Lexi. How are you, doll? Wow, adventure time. Most popular. I think we have all of these. Minecraft lobby. Hi, Sean. A ton of Greece. That's so funny. Yay. Oh, wow. That's so cool. I just looked at this, guys, because it's updating. Look what just came out. Greece. And then we also have Death Burger, which I haven't played yet, which is really cool. So we have a few maps. So make sure your stuff is updated, guys, so we can play tomorrow. Yippee! I'm okay, Sean. Thanks, Lexi. Yeah, I would say the past couple of days in the mornings, I've been kind of like a 3 out of 10. But honestly, anytime I pop onto stream, it really helps my brain. Even like I wasn't meant to stream today, but I pushed myself to because I was just honestly, I was a bit depressed. And I thought, you know what, even if you're live for an hour, just see how you go. And it actually did help a lot. So thank you guys. Now we have to search an entire country for someone. True. Biscuits, Eric. I'm so jealous. Oh my god. Biscuits. Okay, my loves. Even though I'm having a beautiful time, and I don't regret this at all. And you know what's kind of crazy? I really love this stream time I did. I know it's not perfect for everyone, but like going live in the Arvo has been so fun. I'm going to try and do some longer streams for you this week, guys. But I also know you understand what I can do on the day. Like what spoons I have. Tomorrow will be, I reckon, a good 5-6 hours because we do have a sponsor. And I just want to hang out with you guys. Lucinda, I hope you're great, doll. You're amazing. Thank you for hanging. I appreciate you guys. I know I had the last couple of days off. And honestly, it was good. It was actually perfect. Yeah, Jade, I really like this time. I think if there's days where I don't stream in the morning, but I also don't want to stream at 3 a.m., I think the afternoon bit for me is good because I don't mess up my sleep schedule, but I also see a lot of you. So the pleasure is all mine. Thank you so much, guys. I'm going to raid into Crispy. He is not, like, he's live, but he's asleep right now, but he has some documentaries playing. But I want to support the boy because he's been doing his month-long event and he's been popping off. So if you want to leave a lurk for my pal, amazing. I adore you guys. Seriously, I am so lucky to have this community. Time with you is time well spent. And honestly, I'm really excited to get back into my groove because I have a lot of things coming, especially the YouTube. I have a lot of stuff coming for memberships and videos and just rebrands and honestly, fun vibes coming. I appreciate you guys. You're gonna love it, I think. But yeah, I love you guys. Have a beautiful night, morning, wherever you are. Thank you for supporting the Chanel. I love you. And I'll see you in the morning. Literally like 12, 13 hours I'll see you. Yippee! Me and your bye, guys. You're the best.